Currently, Mr. Altobelli, Mr. Cresswell. Here. Burns. Here. So. Here. Mr. Sheridan.
Here.
Falco. Here. Zoning solicitor and zoning officer are also present.
All right. And we are going to change up the order here a little bit for anybody that does have the agenda. We do have a couple that we can get through reasonably fast time here. So our first application up is E2022-02 for Chapel Commons. This is for an extension. Do we have anyone here on behalf of this application?
Chairman, I don't expect counsel for the applicant to be here, but we did receive a letter addressed to the board and myself with regard to a request for a 6-month extension on the previously granted zoning relief that was granted under the provisions of their most recent application. This is for the property located at 2-8 St. Albans Avenue, and I would ask for a motion at this time.
All right.
Ask the letter be made part of the record.
All right.
So
All right.
Second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All right. Next up is application Z 2022-10, Cisco Partnership. And I know that they are also looking for a continuance here till May 16th. And I think once they do determine this new location that we are requesting that they advertise, is that?
Yes, Chairman, we do have a letter dated March 19th from counsel for the applicant requesting the matter be continued again. He requested through May 23rd, but I think he got our hearing date confused. So I would suggest that we grant the continuance through May 16th, which is the May zoning hearing board appointment. And if in fact a new location is determined, when the applicant comes back in, we'll re-advertise the new site for the proposal.
Okay.
I ask that the record also reflect the letter dated March 19th, 2020.
All right. Make a motion to approve an extension or continuance to May 16th for application Z 2022-10. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Are going to jump to application Z 2024-07 for Nicholas Scamuffa of 206 South Deerwood Drive. The subject property is located at 327 North Newtown Street Road. Applicant is seeking variance relief from section 172-121A to allow for signage over what is allowable in the R1 district. The applicant also requests relief from any other section of zoning ordinance that may be realized during the zoning hearing process. Subject premises located in the R1 zoning district. Mr. Scamuffa, how are you?
Good about you?
All right. So let's see if we have the file in order. Yep, we'll get them. Actually, let's get them sworn in. Do we have anybody here anyone here on behalf of this application who wishes to make public comment or party protestant? No one? All right, the file in order, Andy?
Files in order, we have it posted on the screen, the physical posting of the property, with the notice advising everyone of tonight's meeting. We also have the list of the mailing list of the notice being sent to every property owner within 200 feet of the property boundary, as well as a proof of publication that the hearing was advertised in the local paper on 2 separate occasions.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, hearing from the zoning officer, I request that the application and the accompanying documents and exhibits presented by the applicant be marked as Township Exhibit number 1. The list of residents being notified within 200 feet of the subject property be noted as Township Exhibit number 2. Proofs of publication in the Delaware County Daily Times on 2 consecutive weeks be noted as Township Exhibit number 3. And the citing of the property and notifying of the posting of tonight's meeting be marked as exhibit township number 4.
All right, they're admitted. All right. Mr. Scamuffa, the floor is yours.
I'm just looking to get approval for the sign that we submitted. I'm sure you guys all have copies of that. It's one, I believe it's roughly 4 by 8 foot monument sign on the lawn, which is cleared and following all the regular zoning and ordinances for the light sight line and everything for PennDOT. And then one lit sign on the face of the building, which is shown in the picture there as well. They just passed it, but there's the one, that one on the bottom there is the one for the front lawn. And then there was another one they passed a few minutes ago, a few pages ago. That one right there on the face of the building. There's just black letters with backlit.
And I guess, and for this area, we wouldn't even typically allow any signage being in the
Only really the
R1.
signage we allow for the R1 would be.
That's
But
200
as you
square.
recall, this property had a non-conforming banquet hall use.
Yeah.
Previously, Mr. Scamuffa purchased the property and came before this board, asked for the change to a hair salon.
Yeah, so it was granted as the use for the hair salon use, but now the signage was still under the old use, which was, I believe, was like a 4 by, you know, is this little thing. So this matches the funeral home and the childcare down the street. It's nothing out of the ordinary. It's not a big tall pylon sign or anything, but
anything that's lit up or?
yeah, it's all backlit, regular, nothing LED, like nothing crazy, like, you know, LED screens or anything, just a regular lit sign.
And Andy, from your area of expertise, any concerns over?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any concerns. There's no changeable copy. It doesn't flash. It's not animated. It's
Yeah.
a typical round sign. Full house sign. I think the areas are reasonable and would comply with the typical commercial use elsewhere.
Mhm.
Is the sign, the monument sign going to be placed outside the right of way?
Well, I'm sorry, you mean outside of like,
The highway? has
yeah,
right of
so
way,
that's why if on, in the documents we submitted, there shows a sight line that it actually is required by any signage that, you know, anybody coming either direction or in or out of my driveway can see up to, you know, I don't have the papers in front of me, but it all conforms with their.
Well,
This
it's
is
more than a sightline issue. It's a highway issue. There's.
yeah, it comes out of the right of way. Yeah. it
Gotta
comes
be out
back-
of the right of
Yeah,
way.
it comes back
So,
far enough.
That
Yep.
would, if the board should consider it, there would be a condition that makes certain that you're out of the.
Yeah, it's absolutely all in all those, it checks all those boxes. It's just a matter of, because we were in the residential area to sort of get back same rules that a commercial property would have.
Will the lighting have timelines on it, the timers?
It'll all be timed, yeah.
Dusk to dawn?
You know, I'm not sure what we could set those timers to be whatever it needs to be.
Almost.
I mean, so what's backlit? Just the white lettering that we're gonna see on there anyway?
Mhm.
Nothing that's excessive?
No. It's a little off brand to have a blinky light.
The bigger facing on the building sign
Yeah.
will be backlit as well, correct?
Mhm.
And how many signs in total are there?
Oops.
I got a quick question. So, Mr. Scamuffa, on the site plan here, it doesn't actually list the sign and how far off of the road it would be. But just, I guess if you can confirm that in your design plans, you've already, you know, gotten whatever you need to get to be DOT compliant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's all, in that one, this blue one here, and I apologize, it doesn't have the right of way line, but it might have it actually there. I'm sorry, I just can't see it. No, that one doesn't have it, but it sits back far enough from the.
Yeah. We can just make it conditional.
Yeah.
Right.
why do you feel like this is the smallest sign?
Just visibility wise, the property's pretty big. It's, it only stands about 4 feet high, so it's as small as you're gonna be able to see from a car driving by. I didn't want to put one of those small ones up, but more to keep with the neighborhood, I don't want to stick a big sign out there. But driving down that road, like I guess, southbound, that would be. Yeah, the funeral home has a very similar size sign. It sort of just matches Ellis Preserve has, it's even longer, but it's about the same height. It just keeping with the aesthetics of the neighborhood. I didn't want to overshoot it.
And it's just the two signs, the one by the street and then the one on the wall. And it's just the NS, the CGI one here is not. That's just like an example of the back.
Yeah, that's that's for the actual what it is. Yeah, it's just the black NS and it's just off the building about 1.5 inches and it just shoots light against the stucco finish or whatever the finish is.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve application 2024-7 for the variance with the conditions that the signage does not exceed the 60-inch circle for the wall sign and the 32 square feet for the monument sign, and also that the location of the monument sign meets DOT standards and is, outside of the right of way.
There's a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Next up is application D 2024-08. This is for property located at 3554 West Chester Pike. The applicant is seeking variance relief from section 152-70G to allow for outdoor dining. The applicant also requests relief from any other sections of the zoning ordinance that may be realized during the zoning hearing process. Subject premises located in the C1 zoning district. Who do we have here on behalf of this application?
Good evening, Rob Lewis from Kaplan Stewart.
You can, if you want to sit up here so you have a little more comfort. Just make sure that mic is turned on.
Thank you.
And what was your name again? I'm sorry.
Rob Lewis from Kaplan Stewart.
We got to do a couple things first, sorry. So is the file in order, Andy?
Files in order, we have photographs on the screen showing the physical posting of the property, as well as the list of addresses that the notice was mailed to within 200 feet of property boundary. In addition to the proof of publication that this hearing was advertised on 2 separate occasions
All right.
in the local paper.
Hearing from the zoning officer, Mr. Chairman, I would request that the application and all the accompanying documents and exhibits contained therein be marked as Township Exhibit number 1. that the list of residents within 200 feet of the subject property be labeled as Township Exhibit number 2, and the proofs of publication for tonight's hearing advertised in the Delaware County Daily Times 2 consecutive weeks be noted as Township Exhibit number 3. And the picture of the posting of the property for tonight's notification of its hearing be marked as Township Exhibit number 4.
All right, they are admitted. And do we have anybody here who wishes to make public comment or party protesting for this application? Mind stating your name just so we can get it on the record if you want to come up to the. And are you here for public comment?
Public comment.
All right, we'll just get your name for now and then we'll have you come back up.
Okay,
So-
Paul Seligson, Vice President of the Newtown Square Business Association. We advocate public dining, outdoor dining. We want it. We see it as part of our vision, and we hope that you will look favorably upon this. Thank you. S like Sam, Eligson.
Thanks, Mr. Seligson. And then we'll get them sworn in.
No. Michael Tomeo. Tomeo.
Chair, is it all right if I proceed?
All yours.
Great, thank you so much. Again, Rob Lewis from Kaplan Stewart, representing the owner of the Newtown Square Shopping Center, Regency Centers. My client owns the property that's the subject of this hearing through a related entity, which is FWPA Newtown Square LLC. As is my practice, I've handed to the board pre-marked exhibit packages. Board would permit me, I'd like to identify those for the record. Doing so, give some background and a summary of the application this evening. We obviously just had Mr. Tomeo sworn. I think I can try and expedite the proceedings this evening. It's a pretty straightforward application, as I think you will hear if you have not already seen in the materials. Mr. Tomeo is the regional property manager for Regency Centers, and he'll be able to answer questions that the board may have that I don't touch on with him. So, as I mentioned, my client is the owner of the shopping center, and I've marked the deed to the property as applicant's Exhibit A1, establishing that ownership, but also standing to proceed this evening. As I'm sure you're aware, the shopping center is located along West Chester Pike, but to complete the record, I have made sure to include an aerial photograph. That's applicant's Exhibit A2. Property, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, is a highly irregularly shaped, approximately 13-acre parcel, currently developed with about 152,000 square foot shopping center and located in the C1 district, being anchored, grocery anchored, but contains quite a mix of retail and restaurant tenants. In 2012, we actually appeared before this board to seek certain relief with respect to the shopping center. At that time, Regency was undergoing kind of a renovation of nearly the entire shopping center, re-tenanting certain spaces, doing parking lot improvements, doing facade improvements, and so forth. Some of the relief that we sought had to do with parking. They were reconfiguring the area near the space that we're here talking about this evening. But in addition to all of that, they were seeking relief to permit outdoor dining. At that time, our proposed tenant of the space was Panera Bread. This board saw fit to grant that relief to allow the outdoor dining. That dining was proposed to be on a deck that was about 15 feet by 20 feet. Panera Bread did end up occupying the space. They've been there for 10 years. Their tenancy has expired, but they never built the deck. So under your ordinances, because we never built the deck, never commenced that outdoor dining, that relief technically lapsed. And we're back here this evening because we do have a new tenant for that space, Hiramasa Japanese restaurant, that would like to utilize that outdoor dining. I have included in the packet at Exhibit A3 the prior decision of this board. Not a lot of detail in that decision, but again, for completeness, I included that in the record. Subsequent to granting that relief in 2012, we did have to go through a brief land development process because of some of the configuration changes to parking. I included the approved plan as applicant's exhibit A4. The good thing about that approved plan is it's a blow up really of the area of concern, shows some of the parking improvements that were installed, and also shows the deck about 15 by 20 feet located adjacent to what you all probably recognize as the Panera space. I think I mentioned, but that exhibit is A4. Regency, as I said, completed all the improvements that are on that plan. The only thing they did not complete was the deck. And as I said, Panera is now vacating, and the new restaurant owner or restaurant tenant would like to have that deck and proceed the same way we had planned to proceed with Panera. In fact, my clients filed a building permit application for the interior fit out as well as the deck. I believe the township said there are no problems with the building permits. In fact, the deck could be constructed, but because the relief had expired, they really couldn't have done anything with the deck. Directed us to come back here to seek the reissuance of that relief for the outdoor dining. I have included the building permit plan as applicant's exhibit A5. You'll note, among other things there, that the proposed deck, again, is identical to that previously proposed deck. I thought that was important to make sure there's no deviation there. As you might imagine, since 2012, township has changed a little bit since we sought those approvals. We've all gone through quite a bit, and we all probably actually eat outdoors now more than we ever did in 2012. I think the public comment obviously spoke to that as well. The vast majority of the restaurants, if not all, at Ellis Preserve and elsewhere now, all provide outdoor dining. What it really just testament to the fact that outdoor dining really is essential on a seasonal basis for restaurants to succeed. As we testified to in 2012, we don't believe that there's any detrimental impact to the public health, safety, or welfare by this proposal. And as I mentioned, I think Mr. Tomeo is happy to answer any questions you have. And I would ask that I allow him to adopt my opening as the majority of his testimony, and then ask him a few questions after that. I did include, just for completeness, applicant's exhibit A6, which is a leasing plan. I find that plan a lot easier to orient myself with this shopping center to figure out where the spaces are. It's labeled a little bit more clearly. The space that we're speaking of this evening is space 14. You'll see that there's a green space adjacent to that, and that's where the deck would be located. So unless there are any initial questions for me, I'll just ask Mr. Tomeo a few questions for the record. Mr. Tomeo, can you state your name and your business address, please?
Michael Tomeo, 100 Matton Ford Road, Suite 510, Radnor, Pennsylvania.
And what is your present occupation, and who and with whom are you employed?
I'm a regional property manager for Regency Centers.
And how long have you been with Regency?
I'm 7.5 years now.
And are you familiar with the property that's subject to this hearing?
Yes, sir.
And you're familiar with the proposed tenant, Hiramasa Japanese Restaurant?
Yes, sir.
And am I correct that as part of your lease obligations to that restaurant, you have agreed to seek the relief that we're seeking this evening to permit outdoor dining?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Tomeo, are you generally familiar with the application that was filed in 2012 seeking approval for that outdoor dining?
Yes, sir.
And do you believe that any of the conditions or the testimony presented in 2012 supporting that decision have changed?
No, sir.
Mr. Tomeo, you also, I assume, heard my lengthy introduction identifying the exhibits and stating several facts to the board. If you were called to testify this evening to those facts, would you testify to the facts as I presented them to the board this evening?
Yes, sir.
In addition to those facts, I stated some conclusions based on those facts. If I called you to testify specifically to those conclusions, you testify to the conclusions as I presented them to the board this evening.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Tomeo, do you believe that if the board is inclined to grant our relief this evening to permit outdoor dining, that outdoor dining would have any detrimental impact on the public health, safety, or welfare?
No, sir.
You believe that outdoor dining, if permitted by this board, would impair the appropriate use or enjoyment of any adjacent properties?
No, sir.
Mr. Tomeo, the ordinance also, when we testified in 2012 to allow this space to be occupied as a restaurant, required special exception approval. That special exception approval still applies, but the special exception had various criteria related to the restaurant use. Those criteria include that the proposed use won't overcrowd the land, won't unduly burden public utilities. Are all those facts, do they remain the same with this proposed tenant as they would have in 2012 with Panera Bread?
Yes, sir.
That's all that I have on direct from Mr. Tamayo, in case there are any questions that the board may have. Hiramasa.
It's work.
I was gonna have to work.
I'm guessing the deck that we're seeing is there access from the actual parking lot to the deck and then into
It's actually elevated. It's accessible from the restaurant itself.
just from the restaurant, no outside access to
I
it?
don't believe that there's a stair.
I
Emergency.
don't know if it was railing fully around it to,
I believe there is a railing fully around it, with the option if there needed to be a second set of egress coming out that side. That could be done easily.
I do think there's an entrance off the public sidewalk as well as from the restaurant. They can come from the rail. They won't have to make sure of that.
There is some grade off the side of that, of the restaurant. That's why it's a deck and not a patio as well.
Is there any intention to buffer with landscaping on the deck? As I recall, the driveway lights will hit right at that location. They come to that stop. Parking area of the center.
Yes, sir, there will be landscaping around it. As far as height and that, we haven't gotten that far into it. If that is an issue and becomes a problem, that we can certainly do that.
What's the height off the ground of the deck?
We are. I don't know.
Correct. Any restaurant use within the C1 district required a special exception. The outdoor dining component of it is what required the variance. I do not believe that we need the reissuance of the special exception in the space. It's all contained that special exception. The only relief that I do believe that we need is outdoor dining because that relief had expired. The building permit plans do not appear to have a grade on them. That's
Oh, no, wow.
yeah. Yeah, that's, you guys have any questions?
Shouldn't be more than a couple feet.
Use this one.
But answer the,
Oh, you have it? Yeah,
I don't have the exact answer. Do not.
You got a guess?
Yes,
It's at an estimate.
within a foot, it's not much. It won't be much, just for stair reasons and access. Intent is certainly not much.
Could I ask, are you planning to have any outdoor sound system associated with the deck?
No, sir.
The plans show 5 tables, 4 seats to a table, seating for 20. Is that the plan?
That is.
Yes, sir.
Is there, there's not going to be any outdoor bar service area, is there?
No, sir.
There won't be any bar out there where people are hanging out.
Correct.
Okay. You planning on covering it?
No, sir.
Just a wide open deck?
Yes, sir.
No cooking apparatus out there?
No, sir.
That's my questions.
I'll make a motion to grant the requested variance for application Z 2024-8, allowing relief from section 172-70G, allowing for outdoor dining.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all right,
Thank you very much.
good luck. Motion carried.
Good night.
I mean, if we were to condition wise, just to stay with what was approved in 2012, it doesn't seem like anything should be deviated from there.
Standard type,
Yep.
According to the testimony.
Or. All right, our next application is Z 2024-02, Martin K. Powell, care of Rotelle Development Company of 1011 Ridge Road in Pottstown. This is pertaining to subject property located at 14 Phillips Lane. The applicant is seeking a variance relief from section 172-100.25 to allow for a single-family home to be built in areas of steep and very steep slopes. The applicant also requests relief from any other sections of the zoning ordinance that may be realized during the zoning hearing process. Subject premise is located in the R1 zoning district. And Andy, is the file in order for this application? All right. Yeah.
The property was properly posted. Mailings went out to all property owners, property boundary, and there's publication. There was Delco Times. This hearing was advertised.
All right, and Sam?
Officer, I'd ask the applicant. Picture of the proof of posting the property.
All right, they are admitted. And do we have anyone here as a party protestant for this application? Party protestant just being people who received the letter. If you want to step forward and get your name on the record.
I did not receive a letter, but I commented at the meeting last month that I would speak tonight. So is this the appropriate time?
Not yet. So you want to make public comment?
Yes.
That's fine. We will get back to you. I promise. Party protestant.
Yeah, good evening. Matthew McHugh. I'm an attorney representing adjacent property owner Robert Tomlinson, 20 Phillips Lane. We're seeking party status at tonight's hearing.
Okay. Do you want to take a seat up here?
Sure.
Anyone else as a party protestant, not public comment yet?
Good evening. My name is Paul Seligson, 4727 Mill Hollow Lane, and I am a protestant.
Okay. So you want to at least sit up front here? We have you. And Paul, if you want to just grab one of those seats too. I don't know, do you have any witnesses you're going to be calling? Okay, and let's get,
I'm Jason Lang, adjacent property, 12 Phillips Lane. Lange.
all right, do we want to get you sworn in here?
I do. Martin Powell.
Want to keep you up close here, so if you have any questions. I think that's everything, so the floor is yours.
Please, the board, my name is John Mahoney. I represent the applicant who is the title owner of the property at 14 Phillips Lane. He will briefly just confirm that he is in fact the owner of the property. township engineer review letter that we'll be introducing as an exhibit that expresses the fact that there may be some confusion about the unified parcel identifier number, but that'll be cleared up with the copy of the deed. Most of the testimony will be coming from an engineer who's present, Bryn, B-R-Y-N-N, Schaefer, S-C-H-A-F-F-E-R, who prepared a grading permit and erosion control plan for the property. This is a neighborhood of single-family detached homes. There is one lot, so far as I can tell, that remains undeveloped, and it is that which is to be considered by the board tonight. There is no chance it can be residentially developed without the grant of variance relief. It is, the entire site virtually is characterized by either steep or very steep slopes. The engineering that has been done thus far, you will hear, is designed to make sure that there is no adverse impact to adjacent properties, and will demonstrate, I think, to your satisfaction, that there's no chance of building a home, a single-family detached home on the lot unless variance relief is granted. This is a very steep sloped lot that drops about 120 feet from Phillips Lane to Crum Creek. And it's there's enough acreage, but there is almost nothing in the way of flat land on this property. So with that, I would ask Mr. Powell to confirm, are you the owner of the parcel of land at 14 Phillips Lane?
I am.
I'm showing you that which has been pre-marked as Exhibit A1. Is that a copy of the deed by which you acquired title to the subject property?
Yes.
And the meets, M-E-T-E-S, and bounds description includes a reference to a premises A and a premises B. Premise A being number 8 on the plan, and premises B being number 9 on the plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
So there were 2 lots that were consolidated that that you took title to when you acquired this property some years ago, right?
Yes.
Are you planning to live there?
Yes.
Is there a home there?
No home.
You need to have a home constructed.
Yes.
All right. Do you visit the property periodically?
I do.
So you drive on Phillips Lane, I would imagine,
I do.
and then you walk down to Crum Creek and take a look around?
Yes.
Can you tell me something about the neighborhood? Are there townhomes or apartments or single-family detached homes on the lane?
Single attached family homes on lane. Beautiful, beautiful lot, beautiful neighborhood.
Is it safe to say that you're relying on the builder's engineer to develop a plan for the construction of your home and other site improvements that will be necessary?
Yes.
And the builder is Rotelle Development Corporation? Is that
Yes.
correct? I have no further questions of this witness.
Any of our party contestants have a question for the witness based on the testimony that he gave? Yeah. All right.
Next witness, why don't you have a seat back with your wife? Come on up, Bryn. Might want to remain standing while the oath is administered by the court reporter.
Yes. Bryn Schaefer.
Mr. Schaefer, are you a professional engineer?
Yes.
What kind of engineering do you do?
I do civil engineering mostly in the area of land development.
Are you also a professional land surveyor?
I am.
Are you licensed as such in both of those capacities by the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania?
Yes.
What is your experience generally in the field of civil engineering, particularly as it regards subdivision and land development approval processes?
I've been working on those kinds of plans for about 21 years.
Have you testified as an expert in the field of civil engineering before any municipal bodies such as a zoning hearing board?
Yes.
Many times?
Yes.
Were you engaged by Rotelle, R-O-T-E-L-L-E, development company to prepare a plan for the construction of a single-family detached home on the property at 14 Phillips Lane in Newtown Township?
Yes.
Did you do so?
Yes, we did.
And we have something on the screen there that might be a little difficult to read, but I have pre-marked the paper copy, just a couple of copies of, as Exhibit A2. If you could please identify what that is and how many sheets there are.
A2 is a grading permit and erosion control plan for the Powell residence at 14 Phillips Lane. The plan set was originally a 2-sheet set, and upon revision, a 3rd sheet was added.
That 3rd sheet was added at the direction of the township engineer?
It was added at the direction of my client, but in response to a comment one of the comments, in the review from the township engineer.
There a note on the plan confirming the identity of the owner, Mr. Powell?
Yes, there is.
Let's get to the crux of the matter. Are there any challenges in developing this site?
The challenges in developing this site are, caused by the zoning regulations in regard to slopes on the property.
I see an awful lot of data on this plan, a paper copy of which seems to be in front of the zoning hearing board members, and an awful lot of notes. So let's get to some of the highlights of what we see on the plan. There is a proposed dwelling on the parcel.
Correct, yep.
And it would be safe to say that this lot is towards the end of the Phillips Lane near the terminus of the cul-de-sac. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so what are some of the other highlights of proposed installation of what we call improvements, homes and
Yeah.
stormwater management related or erosion and sediment control related improvements that you have designed?
So the plan demonstrates the location of the house and the new driveway with an attached garage, walkway around the front of the house. It demonstrates proposed grades, final grades for the construction of the dwelling. It proposes a stormwater management system to mitigate increase in runoff due to impervious coverage and change in land cover. It demonstrates an area of disturbance, which would be the area required for construction and to carry out this plan. And there are multiple erosion and sedimentation control devices that are demonstrated on the plan that would be in use during construction.
So we have the proposed location of a dwelling, an infiltration trench, which is, I'm going to say, towards the rear, getting close to Crum Creek. Is that correct?
Yes, it's further back in the lot.
Okay. What percentage of the land in the building envelope, that is the area within which construction may occur after applying front, side, and rear setback requirements? What percentage of the land is within either steep or very steep slopes?
Yes, so the building envelope's about 1 acre and about 92% of the building envelope is in steep or very steep slopes.
Please also explain why there are extensive notes on the plan and what subjects they address. For example, is there a mention of maintenance of erosion control facilities and
There are,
things like that? Okay.
Yeah, this plan, all the notations, the plan notes, the construction sequences and so forth, the details, they're all designed to protect downstream owners, neighboring owners from any impacts. They're designed to restrict the development of the lot to the lot and not have impacts on adjoining property.
So I see a number of plan notes, some of which are labeled as such. There are construction sequence notes. Are those designed to make sure that the manner in which the proposed improvements are installed will not adversely impact adjacent or nearby properties?
Yes.
Similar comment with respect to the 6 notes appearing under the title construction sequence. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I see a note that includes 6 identified or enumerated details concerning an infiltration trench installation sequence. Why is that important?
That's important because when that facility is constructed, it wants to be done it should be done in a manner as to protect the integrity of the area for stormwater infiltration, so as not to over compact it or to run equipment over it to protect it, so that it can operate in accordance with the test results that we had done.
Are there any known special geologic conditions on the site that would create the potential for pollution in stormwater runoff?
There are no known conditions to that regard.
Does the applicant propose that erosion and sediment control best management practices will be inspected on a regular basis so as to ensure compliance with any conditions of approval of the development of the lot?
Yes, and that's a requirement for the erosion control plan approval.
would it be safe to say that there's something unusual about this lot in terms of its shape, size, or topography?
It is, there are other lots around that do have steep slopes and, that not all of them are like this, but this one is. So, it does have, characteristics that are unique that, not every lot is subject to.
I think I may have misspoken when I informed the board that the elevation drop from the front of the lot to the rear is 120 feet. I think my math was wrong. Could you take a look at the elevations on the drawing and give us an idea, give the board an idea of just how steeply sloped this property is?
Yeah, from the front right corner to the back of the lot, drops by about 146 feet to the top of the creek bank.
Is the virtually the entire lot either considered within steep slope or very steep slopes under the township ordinance?
Yes, it is.
I think you told us that the building envelope is 0.96 acres, but the amount that is in steep or very steep slope area is 0.89 acres. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So that would be about 93% of the building envelope.
That's correct, yes.
If no construction were to occur in the areas of steep slopes or very steep slopes, what construction, if any, could occur on this lot?
It would be very limited. You might be able to get a shed on there, in a little pocket that isn't steep.
Would it be possible to build a home?
No,
Would it be possible to build anything useful?
not a home.
Okay. What stormwater management and, if you will, erosion and sediment control measures have been incorporated into the plan? I know that there are people that are very interested in the subject.
Yes, so the house is graded for positive drainage, and then towards the mid rear of the property, there's we've described as an infiltration trench. It's a trench that be excavated into the ground. Geotextile will be laid into the trench and it'd be backfilled with stone and then enclosed, and then the stormwater runoff from the impervious areas and the construction areas would be directed to that area after the site is stabilized. And then that would operate to return the additional runoff that's generated through the impervious surface back into the groundwater regime.
I know that there was a township engineering review letter that was issued. I'm going to show you that, which I marked as Exhibit A3, being a letter issued by Noni Associates, date November 14, 2020. Have you seen that before?
Yes.
Okay. So this was an initial review to that which was submitted as part of the application for a zoning hearing board approval and a conditional use application to the Board of Supervisors. Is that correct?
Yes, so this was the response from the township engineer to our initial, I think, grading permit plan application or stormwater permit, whatever the township calls it. But yeah, this was generated in response to that initial permit application.
And there are quite a number of comments, including many which say that variance relief is required, and that would be within paragraph 1 and 2. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Starting with paragraph 3, it directs that the existing and proposed contours should be labeled. Will the plan that's ultimately approved for recordation include that information?
Yes.
In fact, comments 3 through 20 contained in this review letter. Will the applicant comply with those through additional incorporated notations and descriptions and submission of data, as well as permits as directed by the township engineer?
Yes.
There was one note in particular issued by Pannoni indicating that it's comment number 6 on this review letter, which I'll introduce. It makes reference to section 143.16H, which engineer observes the proposed driveway and related grading to the west of the driveway will alter drainage and discharge onto the adjacent property. The swale shall be installed to convey stormwater runoff downgrade on the subject property without impacting the abutting property. Do you see that comment?
Yes,
It also directs that channel design calculations must be provided. Is that correct?
correct.
So if variance relief were granted to allow development of the property for residential construction purposes, will that swale be added to a plan to be reviewed by the township engineer?
Yes,
Might that require a slight revision in the proposed location of the dwelling?
yeah, it might shift a little bit, maybe up to 5 or 6 feet.
Will that have a minor effect on the amount of proposed disturbance in the steep and very steep slope areas, which figures are appearing on Exhibit A2 at the top under the title Slope Tabulation?
Yes, I would expect some minor adjustments to those figures to accommodate the swale.
See, there's a date of December 19, 2023, which of course postdates the township engineer's initial review. Was there additional information or data submitted as a result of that comment? In other words, was sheet 3 prepared as a result of that directive?
Yes, sheet 3 was prepared as a result of the Pannoni review letter from November.
And is that a tree removal and replanting plan?
It doesn't show replanting, it just shows what trees would have to be removed for the plan to be executed.
Just to confirm, if the requested variance relief were granted, there would be extensive, we would expect, conditions of relief imposed, and the developer and owner, so far as you are aware, would agree to comply with those directives appearing in paragraphs 3 through 20 of the November 14, 2023 initial review letter issued by Pannoni?
Yes,
Is a single-family detached home a permissible use in this zoning district?
yes,
What are the uses of land in the immediate vicinity, if you know?
they are the same single-family detached dwellings.
Is the relief requested from the restrictions relating to construction in steep and very steep slope areas the minimum necessary to afford relief so as to allow a permitted use of the subject parcel of land?
Yes,
Will construction of the home based on the variance relief being granted have any adverse impact on neighboring properties or the community generally?
no,
Is it, know that one of the neighbors expressed an interest or concerns about the location of the proposed dwelling. It would be fair to say that the proposed dwelling is towards the front of the lot near Phillips Lane?
correct.
Is it possible, or does it make any sense from an engineering perspective to change the proposed location of the proposed dwelling?
Well, I think the location that we are proposing by this plan, runs along the lines of minimal disturbance to the slope areas, which I believe is a requirement for the zoning relief. There are other locations where the house could potentially be located, but they would not minimize the disturbance area, and they would cause other issues. There'd be additional impervious with the driveway. There'd be additional tree removal. There would be construction challenges with, basically the driveway trying to achieve proper grade. Driveway would probably have to be installed at an extremely steep slope so that the building wouldn't be sticking out of the ground. The basement wouldn't be out of the ground 10 feet or more if it was pushed further back into the lot. So, yeah, we looked at it, and from the zoning standpoint, we felt that this was the area that the house should be located to afford the minimum relief.
Other engineers have tried to explain to me, usually unsuccessfully, what it means when they say, can't move that because I would be chasing grade. Is that what you just were explaining?
Yeah, so yeah, basically, That just means that the grade, if you're designing a corridor of some sort for vehicular maneuvers, and it is, going down a slope, if the slope of the existing slope is dropping away more quickly than you can follow with the proposed grade of the driveway due to, just practical driveway design, that means that you can't achieve a grade that's suitable to install the house. So you would end up having to bring in excessive amounts of fill and build up the ground around it and in order to install the house.
Would it be safe to say that in your judgment, the proposed location of the dwelling is designed to minimize the land disturbance through cut and fill and other changes to the elevation of the lot?
That's correct.
And the lot would be served by public sewer?
Yes.
And there will be an easement created so as to authorize township to do any maintenance of stormwater management related improvements as directed by the township engineer?
Correct.
There will be a 15-foot wide access easement around the stormwater management facilities so as to provide access to those improvements if it became necessary to perform corrective or maintenance measures that were not attended to by the property owner.
Yes.
And the applicant would agree to paying the fee for an operation and maintenance agreement and the $2,500 to defray the cost of inspection over a 10-year period after the construction of the home is completed and related improvements as well.
Yes, I assume the applicant would provide that. Yeah.
We'll agree to that proposed condition. I have no further questions.
I represent Mr. Tomlinson, who is the adjacent property owner. How big is the proposed dwelling?
It has a footprint of approximately 3,258 square feet.
That's just the first floor footprint?
That's the attached garage as well,
Mhm.
the basement. It's basically the foundation footprint.
Proposed two-story home, I assume?
Yes.
So we're looking at total square footage of somewhere in the 6,000 plus square feet?
I don't think it would be that much, no. It would be, I don't have the building plans on me, I couldn't comment, but it would be,
Ballpark?
I would say probably at least 4,000 square feet.
So there's gonna have only 800 square feet of second floor living space?
Well, no, so the footprint is, I don't know how big the garage is off the top of my head. I don't have the building plan in front of me. I guess, let's see, if the garage would be, I don't know, 500 square feet and then maybe double that. You'd probably be up over 5,000.
Over 5,000, okay. You testified that the proposed dwelling is located to the front end of Phillips Lane and that there's a significant drop of grade in the property. Is the proposed dwelling being built at the high end or the low end of the grade?
It's being constructed towards, well, the lot is higher towards the road and drops away from the road. And the house is proposed towards the road.
So it's gonna be up higher?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with where my client's actual house is located?
Yes.
Okay. And comparatively speaking, how much higher is the proposed dwelling going to be compared to where my client's house is located?
I would say maybe somewhere in the area of 16 feet or so.
So we're looking at, looks like a contour line of where it says existing dwelling, approximately 284.
Yeah.
And then looks like the finished floor elevation around 302.
Mhm.
That's where you're getting approximately 16 feet higher.
Yeah.
And then how tall is the house going to be?
It's less than 35 feet. It'll have a walkout basement in the rear. And then it'll have, you know, the first floor and the second floor.
Great, okay. So it's gonna be 16 feet between, you know, ground floor elevation from where my client's property is, and then plus somewhere in the range of 30 feet for the actual structure.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, Exhibit A3, there was a comment, number 6, that you testified to, which stated that it talked about the grading to the west of the driveway and the proposed driveway will alter drainage discharge onto the adjacent property. They're talking about my client's property there, right?
Correct.
And you indicated that that the township is requesting a swale, because that grading and driveway is gonna impact my client's property.
That was their comment.
And that's your proposed method of controlling stormwater runoff from the new impervious?
Yeah, our analysis of the contours, you know, showed that generally the drainage wouldn't run that way, it would run this way, but if the township,
Wait, it wouldn't run to the.
it wouldn't run to the Tomlinson property,
Okay,
but it would run downhill. However, you know, just for a measure of safety and so everybody there can't, you know, to lessen the chance that maybe something would happen during construction, we agree that putting the swale in is a good idea.
Well, is the swale a construction management technique or a post-construction stormwater?
It would be a permanent facility, correct?
So the township engineer disagreed somewhat with your analysis that all the stormwater runoff would go to the infiltration. They're concerned
Yeah,
about runoff.
He probably felt that it was a close call and wanted to err on the side of caution, so
Okay.
we don't disagree with that approach.
Where is the swale on the plans?
It's not on the plans yet. We did some revision, but we didn't execute all of the revisions needed to address the November 14th letter. Because we wanted to make sure that the zoning, you know, basically there wouldn't be a point to doing that unless the zoning relief was granted.
But the swale, it seems like, is a pretty critical element of.
It'll be on the next rendition of the plan.
Sure. And if I understand your testimony so far, it's that there would be no negative impact to the adjacent property owners. Difficult to say that when the swale that's going to control that hasn't been designed and hasn't been implemented on the plan. Would you agree?
Right, but a swale is a simple facility that's very common to put in. I mean, it's not, you know, very challenging to design.
Something that you would design and have reviewed by the township engineer?
That's correct.
And they would comment on things like sizing and
Yeah, if they
material.
would review it, and if they had some issue with it, they would let us know, and we would take their comments under consideration and try to address them.
Sure. Now, you said that swale is also going to result in the dwelling being shifted, I'm assuming, further away from the Tomlinson property line?
Correct.
And that may impact the variances that you're seeking?
It doesn't impact the variance request we're seeking. It impacts the, I suspect it's going to require a slight modification to the disturbed slope tabulation. So we've quantified the slopes because the ordinance has a limit on how much of the slope area you're allowed to disturb. So we quantified what the plan shows, but those numbers would probably change a little bit so to accommodate that swale.
When you say change, do you mean increase or decrease the amount of disturbance?
I expect, just based on, you know, how the house would be shifted, that there would probably be a minor increase. Since we didn't work through that, there might be a slight decrease in the 15 to 25%. But I don't know that for sure. Probably, I would just estimate a slight increase for both.
Well, let's talk about the slopes, I guess. They're identified on your plan.
Yeah.
Can you just describe to me what the actual steep slope area is and how they're delineated?
Yes, so they're demonstrated on the plan by a shading. And so the darker gray shading is the 25% plus slopes, and the lighter shading is the 15 to 25% slopes.
How did you determine where those are? Did he do a survey?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you testified that the variances that you're seeking, which relate to, according to the plan, 41% disturbance of the 15 to 25% slopes and 33.3% disturbance of the 25% plus slopes, that these are the minimum variances that are necessary to build the house. Is that correct?
Yes, it's something in that range.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that was my understanding of your testimony.
Right, I mean, someone else could, the design could vary slightly here or there, and then, somebody might come up with some slightly different numbers, but in the event that, generally speaking, they're gonna come up with some kind of, they're gonna need relief in the same manner that this needs relief. Yeah.
So let me ask you this, if you were to reduce the footprint of the house, would that reduce the amount of disturbance of the steep slopes?
Yeah, it depends, where the square footage was removed from, yeah. But yeah, if you put a 10 by 10 foot shed on the property, yeah, you could avoid the steep slope. But you couldn't live in it, I don't think.
Okay, well, are you familiar with the plans that were previously reviewed and approved by the zoning hearing board, I think in 2013?
No.
I have this marked as protestants 1. I apologize, I only have 1 copy. I can provide additional copies, but it's something in the township record. Absolutely, I'll give it to you.
Okay, thanks.
Have you seen this plan before?
I don't know, maybe, I've seen so many plans.
Okay, would you agree it's a plan for a development of a single family dwelling at this property?
Mm-hmm.
And it shows a footprint of approximately 2,300 square feet for a single family dwelling?
That's what the plan says.
And do you see steep slope disturbance calculations anywhere on the plan?
Well, I would have to read through all these notes to know.
If I can identify, I'll point it out to you. Refer to page 2. Those slope disturbance calculations on that plan.
Yes.
And can you just read what those are?
It says slope disturbance tabulation, 15 to 25% slopes. Total area of slopes, 5,727 square feet, area of disturbance, 18,332 square feet, 32%, 25% plus slopes. Total area of slopes, 33,280 square feet, area of disturbance, 21.5%.
Would you agree that those are less less disturbance in the steep slopes than what are on the plans you're currently proposing?
Those numbers are depicted as less, yes.
Okay. And that's for a square footprint of about 2,300 square feet?
Yes.
And would you agree that that type of footprint is a reasonable single family dwelling? It's not a 10 by 10 shed?
Objection. I don't know what a reasonable size of a single family detached home is. I mean, what's proposed is that which is depicted on Exhibit A3.
I'll withdraw the question. You spoke a little bit about, I just want to, so what you're proposing on the steep slopes, your 15 to 25% slopes, you're proposing 41% disturbance, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you know what the allowable disturbance is?
15%.
So you're proposing more than 2 times what's permitted by the zoning ordinance?
Yes,
And the 25% steep slopes, you're proposing 33.3% disturbance. Do you know what is permitted by the zoning ordinance?
5%,
And so you're proposing 6 times more than what is permitted by the zoning ordinance?
correct.
You testified about the potential issues with relocating the house further from Phillips Lane. You know whether that would reduce the amount of disturbance of the steep slopes if you were to push it further back off Phillips Lane?
I suspect it would increase overall site disturbance.
But how about steep slope disturbance?
Yeah, so the location where we showed the proposed dwelling, so so I want to distinguish between the steep slope and the very steep slope. There's the front of the lot is characterized by both, but there's a pocket of slopes that are of the lesser type, and that is the location that we proposed the dwelling in. There is another area that further back in the lot, but it's still surrounded on the one side by the very steep slope. So, you know, I don't believe that moving the house to another location would significantly reduce and probably increase the slope disturbance.
Do you think it would increase the slope disturbance if you moved it further back? Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Now, would it be, if you moved it back, it would be more on an even grade with my client's property or my client's home, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And a lot of the things you discussed about the impacts of pushing the home further back were more engineering design issues, correct?
Yeah.
And wouldn't necessarily increase zoning relief beyond what you're currently seeking.
Pushing the house back,
Yes.
it could, yeah, it could increase the amount of relief we would need.
Do you know that? Have you looked at it?
I don't have any exact numbers, but that's my opinion.
That's all the questions I have at this time.
Anyone? Alex?
Eligson, S like Sam, Eligson. I have two questions. One of them is how many trees are proposed to be cut down?
Oh, I would say probably about 53, but most of them would be of smaller diameter, like 6-inch or smaller.
And my second question is about the infiltration. How close is it to Crum Creek itself?
You're speaking of the proposed dwelling location?
No.
No, the infiltration.
Oh, the infiltration, okay.
So 50, it's over 100 feet from the top of the bank of Crum Creek.
Thank you very much.
Any other? You guys good?
No redirect.
Any other
That's
businesses?
the applicant's case. I move the admission of exhibits A1, 2, and 3.
I am curious, like, just from your opinion, if you were one of these neighboring houses, what would your take be if you had to live next to a property like this being developed? Would you have concerns? Would you be here on the other side of it? Knowing what you know?
So
I know I'm putting you in a tough spot to answer that, but I think, you know,
Right.
that's the concern. of the
no,
neighbors.
generally, I don't look at things that way. I believe people should be able to enjoy and use the property they own. So if I lived next to a vacant lot, I would understand that the owner of that lot may one day want to use that lot, and I would expect it.
I have two questions.
Correct.
That,
Yeah, so the front yard setback is required to be 75 feet and the home is situated approximately 85 feet, so we couldn't shift the house more than 10 feet closer to the road without needing a dimensional there.
proposal.
Correct.
Question, I don't know if I don't know who, or the owner or someone else. What are the typical sizes of the houses surrounding this one? How many square feet are they? Are they similar, 6,000, 5,000, 3,000 square foot homes or larger? Anybody know that?
Mr. Powell might.
Not quite that big.
But it's definitely bigger than what this gentleman wants to build there.
It is, but I
What is the typical?
Robert Tomlinson. I have no problem. Size. I have a problem with the water. As the blueprint shows, his designed house is both above my house and in front of my house. I already have massive water erosion. I have restacked retaining wall along my driveway twice. Only lived there 8 years.
Now, and I don't know, you can answer this probably. Are you comfortable with the fact that the water handling that you're gonna provide will minimize his or increase his flow? And I think the township has already made you change things in order to minimize. In fact, a lot of times construction of a house next door actually helps the person downstream because they're required to put in water retention ponds and, drainage through the ground, which ultimately help you and not hinder you. Because now it's just going to go where it's going to go.
Yep, entirely possible. One thing I'd say is that, hard to imagine, but if you look at the street, Jason's house is on the other side. So the empty lot is in between. When I look out my window, his house it is basically a waterfall. Perfect world. All of the trees on his front lawn would have to stay. And these are 60-foot trees, big trees that are holding that water and holding that ground. Those are going
He said no. He said most of them are less than 6-inch calipers.
well,
I meant what I testified to was in the number of trees to come down. There will be some big trees that have to come, but out of, I think
Do you
there's,
anticipate replacing those trees where possible?
we're gonna have to follow whatever the township's tree replacement requirements are.
I moved into my house in 2000. Google and look at address. There were 20 trees in front. Every one of them are gone. I had 8 of those trees fall. 2 of them hit the house. I had to take them all down just in order to keep my house from falling. He's going to have to do that too. There's no way he's going to be able to. Threatening his house. To take them down, it's going to cause water erosion. I did have an engineer look at the lot. Look at where a house might go. His house is parallel to my house, opposed to being in front of.
Objection to the hearsay. Objection to the hearsay. It's not proper to tell us what an engineer told you supposedly.
We'll continue, I still, that's fine, it's sustained, but
If the house was parallel to my house, I don't know if he has other water problems, but there's no water problems for me. As his house is parallel to my house, and so it's as if, as I said to somebody, that it's as if you're driving on the highway and there's a car in front of my car and it's throwing water at my car. If he's next to my car, the water is behind both.
But become parallel with your drawings. It would actually force him to go into more steep slope area. Looks like he's probably in the one spot, short of being all the way. Moving it back. Line three.
Yeah, I'm trying to prevent anybody from building a house, and I did have an engineer look at it. We did some drawings of the house and moved it a bit. The gentleman who's testified, I think my engineer spoke to him. He didn't give him the CAD. If he had given him the CAD, he could have designed something better.
Again,
But
by
he
moving,
didn't.
by moving it back, he's in more steep slope.
Well, my engineer, this is just my engineer, and it's their say.
sorry, but.
I get the talk. Moving it back, he would impact steep slope more by the drawing. Again, I'm looking at the drawing. By moving it back, he would probably need variance on the side yard on one side.
I think there was testimony, though, that there's gonna need to be a swale that's going to serve as the primary stormwater management control for my client's property, and the house is gonna have to shift further away, which I think provides some relief from that side yard issue. And based on discussions with our engineer, we don't quite know whether the steep slope disturbance would increase as a result of moving it back. We'd love for them to look at it, and if it does, then that's a moot point. But there's some kind of open-ended significant issues here. The swale that is going to be the primary recipient of the stormwater going towards my client's property is something that we're just gonna take a hope and a prayer here that it's gonna address it. Something we'd like to see on the plan and understand whether there's a potential better location here.
And did the township, what's your opinion?
Well, the township has already reviewed it. Township engineer, I reviewed it from zoning, came to the vote, same discussion, same decision. And we also have another step in the zoning process that for supervisors in regard to the conditional use. So that's in any land development project, there's always review letters and modifications that are made. And the way I see it is this swale is a further protection from that cascading water effect down the slope to get to Mr. Thomas's property, with the home being a buffer, that cascading effect, coupled with the swale at that west property line, is going to provide that buffer that's necessary. Now, I would agree, it's not on the plan, but that's the township engineer's purpose. We're doing it to make sure that the design provides the adequate protection from the town.
We were to give him relief with the condition that very movement needs to be drawn first and approved by the township in a procedure.
That's the conditions you placed on other applications.
And we're prepared to accept that condition. The limited purpose of this hearing is to determine whether there is something unusual about this parcel of ground. And there is. It's very steep or steep slopes, and it's a very challenging site. What do we do with the challenges? We entrust the engineers to develop a design to make sure that this is old as English common law. You can't do something on your property that's going to adversely affect somebody else's property. And that's what the engineers are charged with doing. It's not uncommon for an engineer to take first look at a very detailed plan and say, more detail is necessary, and I suggest you move or install a swale on the west side. Okay, no resistance here.
And Mr. Thomason, ideally, what would you like to see happen here in being the neighboring property, right? If this is something to be approved, what are the things you want to see go in? You want to see the whole house shifted back? You want to see the drawings updated to show the stormwater management?
As I said, I did engage an engineer. He did some drawings. He thinks there's less disturbance with his drawings. He moved some things around. He's had a short colloquy, but that didn't go anywhere. He said really if he was to do really good plans, he'd need to look at the CAD, but he believes that there's less disturbance done with the house Really, yes, it would be back closer to paralleling my house. Close to being in front. Not much. It's not an awful distance. I don't know what distances, but it's not very.
And I think, Rob, not to jump, but I think he'd also want to have his engineer also review the design of the swale, which is primarily being used to protect his property.
So I think the township will take care of it. Township job.
Yeah, I'm talking in a
We're
private
gonna
couple
have an
times.
opportunity to make public. My question is, are we gonna have opportunity to make public comment, or is this the time to do it?
We'll do public comment at, to get towards the end here. I just wanted to do any part of the testing right now. We will do public comment.
Okay, I have one final question, if I may. Stormwater, has this been reviewed by somebody in stormwater? Do we have a stormwater? And have they looked at it?
Those kinds of things will be both the conditional use hearing, those supervisors, as well as conditions. Or if they would have to. So the rule be generated by this. It's more water than anyone else's property itself. That's part of the task.
So do you think that's a theory, or is that a fact?
That is the tribe regulation.
I know that's a regulation, but do you, but I live downstream, and that is not, we're living through a different fact. And what we're living through is huge amounts of flooding, and we're not living through zero, Crum Creek being what it was 20 years ago. It's not.
And it's in the position, he's telling you the law prescribes what is for.
So to me, I understand what you're saying, but I don't really believe it.
Mr. Thompson, did you build your house or did you move into it?
I moved into it. I didn't.
Is there even any chance here of, I know we're not going to make any decisions on this tonight, I can tell you that, but just from what I'm gathering here, is this, there not a conversation that's open to meeting with his engineer, or is this, you're setting your ways for this being your plan and that's it?
There's another stage in the process, the conditional use process. There will be more detail. There is, we'll talk common sense. When you have a site like this, preliminarily design, you make some judgment calls, as the engineer has, and you demonstrate that variance relief is required, and the conditions that are to be imposed would have to ensure that no off-site properties are adversely impacted. When we go to the conditional use process, there will be an opportunity for the planning commission to have a review letter from the township engineer. Our engineer will then respond, and if there's another engineer who wants to have a say and make some suggestions, that position can be made known. But we're at the initial stage of just trying to determine, is the zoning hearing board going to allow some development of this property? I suggest the answer is yes. We don't know exactly what's going to be built, but something is going to be built in a single-family detached residential structure on this lot. Is the applicant, the owner, Powell, Rotelle Development Company, and this engineer willing to be flexible and take a look at suggestions? Well, I think we've heard that the engineer is. There was no swale on the west side. There is no swale on the west side, but there will be a swale on the west side. Why? Because the township engineer thinks that that would be, I'm going to say, wearing a belt and suspenders, and that would be just fine. I could have this fellow say, don't tell them there might be a modification of the plan. Of course, there's going to be a mod. In the ultimately approved recorded plan. This plan is going to have to be recorded. Normally, single-family detached homes don't go through the land development process. This one's going to have to be, because there's going to be recorded stormwater management easements in favor of the township. And the township engineer is going to have to subject the final plan to review and approval. Likely to be a letter of adequacy required from the Delaware County Conservation District. We don't need a national pollutant discharge elimination system permit because it's not an acre of disturbance, but the same standards are applying and will be applied by the township engineer. So are we asking for a continuance of this? No, we would like to know whether this property can be developed for residential purposes, roughly in conformity with that which we see, subject to the necessity of obtaining approvals of the design by the township engineer. Yes, sir. Yeah.
You're suggesting that and we will evaluate. So we would pull on what plan that you presented, you can do that. If you have a moving target, I suggest.
Understand why he was a solicitor. I accept your suggestion, Sam, if I may, my first name. Yeah. In an abundance of caution, the applicant would be willing to determine the precise location of the proposed dwelling and add the swale on the west side and let the township engineer know, and the zoning hearing board as well, whether the calculations appearing under the tabulation of slope on the top of sheet 1 may be modified. Sure, okay. Does that give you enough time?
Yeah.
No,
You have a copy of.
I do. Not at all.
And while you're doing that, is there anybody that wishes to make public comment? All right, if you want to line up at the podium, state your name and address.
Cindy Mahalo, 87 Hunters Run. I'm also a member of the EAC and a Penn State Master Watershed Steward, but I'm speaking. MEHALLOW. But I'm speaking tonight as a private citizen. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your service to the community. Through your deliberations and decisions, you help protect the people and property of Newtown Township. Your decisions weighing the rights and responsibilities of all residents and individual property owners help to keep our neighborhoods safe, healthier, and attractive. I'd like to focus my comments on the potential stormwater impacts of this property and the adjacent properties, as well as the surrounding community. In nature, life is a web. Nothing exists in a vacuum. Actions that take place on one piece of property extend beyond the boundaries of that property, as much as engineers may try to control them otherwise. The actions of one person can have cascading impacts miles away from their property. In this case, I'll focus on the proposed disturbance to steep and very steep slopes, as we've talked about tonight. And to review, the applicant proposes more than double the allowable disturbance of steep slopes and more than 6 times the permitted amount of disturbance to very steep slopes. I think it's helpful to view 2 documents, take a big picture view of this. With regard to this property, the first document I would like to point your attention to is the Pennsylvania State Constitution, Article 1, Section 27. This states that the people have the right to clean air, pure water, and the preservation of the natural, scenic, historic, and aesthetic values of the environment. Pennsylvania's public natural resources are the common property of all the people, including generations yet to come. As a trustee of these resources, the Commonwealth shall conserve and maintain them for the benefit of all the people. All appointed and elected, that was the end of it. All appointed and elected members of local, county, and state levels of government have the responsibility to uphold the state constitution, including this provision. I find it helpful to keep this responsibility in mind when weighing decisions as a member of the EAC. Just as a property owner has certain rights, so the other residents of Newtown Township and all the downstream communities and citizens of the state have rights under the state constitution. And the Constitution charges the Commonwealth and all of its appointed and elected representatives with protecting the rights of the community. Second, I'd like to cite a portion of the Township Code that I believe is most relevant to this property. That's Chapter 134, Slope Conservation. This part of the Township Code states that protecting the existing sensitive features of the land is the first and most important stormwater management practice. The purpose of the chapter is to expand on the community development objects associated with environmental protection and the preservation of natural resources adopted in Article 1, Chapter 172, zoning. Further, the provisions of that chapter are designed to encourage the sensitive treatment of hillsides and the related soil and vegetation resources in an effort to minimize adverse environmental impacts. It then cites multiple objectives, all of which focus on conserving and protecting the slopes from harmful disturbance, to protect and to promote the ecological balance among those natural system elements, to prevent development that could cause excessive erosion and a resultant reduction in water carrying capacity of the water courses, to protect individuals and adjacent landowners in the township and other municipalities from the possible harmful effects of inappropriate grading and development. We've already heard about some of the damage that the adjacent homeowners experienced. And to protect those individuals who choose, despite apparent dangers, to develop or occupy land with steep slopes. Pursuant to the municipality's planning code to assist in implementation of state laws and any subsequent amendments, we can refer to, again, the Article 1, Section 27. So this code was written by experts, impartial, objective land use and environmental experts who crafted these standards based on their experience, their research, and best management practices to provide the most good for the most people. These standards were selected by the township to protect and to promote the general welfare of the entire community today and to preserve the health and safety of the community for future generations. In the document that we saw, the applicant proposes to disturb steep and very steep slopes in limits that far exceed the limits of the township code. He proposes to remove many of the mature trees and existing vegetation and to add a primary stormwater management feature. In the plan I saw, it did not have the swale. It had a 140-foot long by 10 feet wide infiltration trench at an elevation of just 14 feet above the banks of Crum Creek. It is important to consider the long-term viability and effectiveness of this stormwater management feature. We don't often see this stormwater management feature in Newtown Township. We usually see dry or wet detention basins. In my time on the EAC, I don't remember seeing other infiltration trenches. So I did some research on infiltration trenches. It seems that infiltration trenches, to be successful, have to follow very carefully prescribed engineering and maintenance standards. As the engineer cited, it must be built in a certain sequence. The land within the trench cannot be compacted. And it must have adequate pre-treatment of the runoff. It should be preceded by or used in combination with a vegetated filter uphill of the feature itself to intercept and diminish the velocity of the water and capture sediment. Pre-treatment is essential for infiltration trenches to function properly. In fact, the research I did said that designers should incorporate multiple pre-treatment features using grass swales, vegetated filter strips, sedimentation of basins, or a plunge pool in sequence. It is important to ensure that the upland drainage is properly stabilized with dense vegetation, both during and after construction. One of my concerns arises not from the construction. I think the engineer will probably do a fine job. But after the construction is over and the property owner inhabits his home, will the property owner faithfully maintain this feature in perpetuity? They must maintain a healthy, dense vegetated buffer. They must not decide they want to get rid of it and mow it down because they want more space to throw a ball. They must inspect and maintain the inlet and catch basin at least twice a year. Many sources I read said preferably after every major rainstorm or monthly. Apparently, this doesn't always happen, and the infiltration trenches are considered to have a high failure rate. One study I looked at from the state of Ohio cited a very high failure rate for infiltration trenches. So the plan statement states that the township has the right, but not the obligation, to inspect the stormwater feature and to ensure that it continues to function properly. I was very glad to hear that one of the conditions is a $2,500 fund for inspections for 10 years. I think that that is absolutely essential and perhaps should be expanded. I know that after 10 years, things can fail and people downstream will suffer. I would propose a higher set aside in terms of the amount of money to adequately cover those inspections. I would recommend that a conditional use be twice a year inspections and for 15 years. I would also recommend a number of other conditional uses. First, that the applicant or the owner agree that they would remove no trees following the completion of construction. I was sorry, but not to hear about Mr. Tomlinson's experience losing those trees. When you disrupt a mature forest like that, the remaining trees frequently fail. If you remember the clearing that happened off Media Line Road in 252, the Four Seasons Resort, where Claude clear cut that area, it created a wind tunnel. And the house on the other side of Media Line Road had several trees fall, cause damage, knock down landscaping. That's the type of thing that can happen because the remaining trees become destabilized when other mature trees are removed. Second, even though an adjectives permit is not required because the threshold of 1 acre is not met, it comes very close, 0.9. Is it not within your purview to request that permit anyway? Another conditional use that you could propose would be that no additional structures are added to this property that would increase impervious surface, such as decks, sheds, or walkways. You could request that the homeowner contribute to a tree replanting plan to offset the removal of the trees that are being taken down. Another use could be the use of impervious surfaces in the driveway and the sidewalk and whatever patio. This can also help with infiltration of stormwater. There are other possible best management practices that could be considered, such as a green roof, a cistern. Those are options that could also be considered. Also, to get back to the addition of the swale, I appreciate the consideration of adding that, and hopefully it will protect the adjacent property. However, you have to ask yourself, where is all that water going to go? Yes, perhaps the swale is protecting the adjacent property, but you are now funneling more water at a higher velocity. Where? Where is it going to go? Is it going to go into the infiltration trench? Is the infiltration trench going to have to get bigger to accommodate this extra water? These are all factors to consider.
Middle driveway.
So I appreciate your attention. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
It's designed for 7,000. For some wiggle room.
Evening, Paul Seligson, 4727 West Chester. So I live, West Chester Pike used to be called Shimer Road. John Shimer was, lived in this. But distribute the USGS. USGS is the United States Government Service.
Geological Services.
They have a monitoring. And they've monitored. Anyway, here are some photos. This is my property, what happens in. So then I have written.
No, it's not. And they know it.
So
Yeah.
so this is the
You can't push it.
USGS since 1982. It ends in 17 because that's just, they don't have any more data since then. And behind it is Act 167. And I've highlighted in yellow where we get flooded, where I've been flooded. And, so anything over an inch of water for Crown Creek is roughly a foot of, if it's gonna rain an inch, Crown Creek is gonna rise a foot. There's a flood watch on right now for Saturday, for Friday, Saturday. And I think they expect like 4 or 5 feet. If it's over 1,300 cubic feet per second, which is, you have to sort of visualize very large refrigerator. If so, refrigerators tumbling down from Creek, that's the volume. And if it's over 1,300 of those a second, my basement completely goes underwater to the tune of roughly between 5 feet, 7 feet. Those are the pictures that. In my mind, Crown Creek cannot take another dump. There was a time, perhaps 35 years ago, when you could have added more water, but right now, with what has the development that we've had upstream, with what Mr. DePitone added with the Regal Cinema and PJ Willihan's, when he added that, he's put that up on a platform. Very high velocity, and it's really dangerous, and it's inconvenient, and we've never had water come up through where the living is. So it's within that. It's getting really close. And I've talked to Thayer family, the Thayer family bought the whole Mill Hollow in 1928. They lived there from 1921. And what they never had floods, maybe 3 or 4 from 1928 to 1991. Since 1991, you can see on the papers that I gave you, you can see the frequency of over 7 feet, which, and I've highlighted it in yellow. And it's very frequent. We just had we had an event in January, we had an event in February. We may have one Saturday, we'll see. But the events are frequent and they're strong. So I want to point that out. I'm really against this because I view using this much of steep slopes and very steep slopes is against the very foundation of what has been passed as rules and regulations, rules of the road. First, these steep slopes and very steep slopes prohibitions were put in, and then the variances, I understand if it's a slight variance maybe, but not a variance of this size. That's a big part of my contention. And with that, I think I'm finished.
Thank you. I don't expect to satisfy anybody tonight, but the purpose of the township engineer's review is to determine compliance with or the means of complying with Act 167, which in a nutshell prohibits concentration or an increase in the velocity of stormwater flow offsite that would damage other properties. And the applicant is committed to complying with that and is happy to receive guidance or direction from the township engineer on the subject. So we've already agreed to revise the plan so as to provide the detail that has been requested. And we've already agreed to the imposition of conditions to assure that the public that the township engineer is satisfied that the design is proper and will not adversely impact off-site properties. That's our commitment. Thank you.
Hi.
Nope, sorry.
Yes, good
I was
evening.
just going to get.
My name is Sheila O'Sullivan Feeney. I'm the chair of the EAC. Sheila, Sheila O'Sullivan, O''S''Ullivan, and then capital FEENEY. O'Sullivan Feeney. Okay. The EAC actually reviewed this property in February, and I don't know if you got our form and recommendation for you not to improve this variance. We do respect the right of property owners, and we would love to have you as a neighbor, and we understand, unfortunately, you're moving into a property that has issues. And it's sad because we would love for you to be here. So let's try to find a way to do that. My concern is this. Why have variances? Why have laws if we can come in and expect you to provide them with the 41% of what they're allowed right now? 21,000 square feet. They're only allowed 7,863, but they're asking for 21,500. And in the steep slope, they're allowed 1,608, and they're asking for 11,200. That might be not a big number to you, but that's 33.3% disturbance in the steep slope. And that's a disturbance that we should all be concerned about. I love the fact they did the infiltration trench and showed them trying to really work with us, and I appreciate that. Our concern is a couple of things. Behind this property is a floodplain. Behind this is a tributary to Crum Creek, which are the high quality cold water fish. We should be really concerned about that. In addition, they don't have to do this because this is just a variance. We asked for a wetland study, wasn't done. If there was soil samples, because remember, the water table level of where they're looking to put the trench, if it's already saturated, what good is the trench going to do? What water will it hold? In addition, is there hydric soil on the things? And we also understand that this is a wildlife corridor, was a wildlife study done. Another concern, and this is really where this issue affects every property owner in township. Newtown Township is paying right now to address stormwater runoff, okay? And mitigation was just issued 2 weeks ago by the supervisors to address the area between Boot Road and Phillips and Goshen. This area is experiencing tremendous stormwater runoff. So we're adding to a burden of additional water in an area that we've already identified as a stormwater issue. In addition, this puts additional burden on the taxpayers to pay for stormwater. Another area of concern is that when we understand now, the plans that we saw only showed the house to be 3,258 square feet, but now we understand it's 5,000 square feet. And we do understand the property is 2.75 acres. But again, I was at the property today with Mr. Thompson. I didn't go on his property. I was at the neighboring property just to really take a look at this. And when we talk about the trees, if you look at the plans, the center of this entire property will be removed, all the trees. All right, where is that water going to go? The infiltration bed can't even hold the water that's on the property now. How is it going to hold the entire slope? In addition, you got to remember, unfortunately, this particular property used to be two. So each property on the side, and I mentioned to Mr. Thompson, maybe there's some things he could do on his own property, and he seemed agreeable to that, which is very refreshing. Another thing that we mentioned, and this is we are concerned about, is the conditional use. But there is people that are not in this room tonight. Remember, this water goes through Crum Creek, and this goes through Media down to Chester. Chester impacts people outside of this room. So if we don't think of those people, we're really not being thoughtful to our neighbors. Another thing we want to mention is that Cindy mentioned a couple of things we were asking for. We're at 0.9 in terms of the disturbance, but that's not including the swale. So we're asking for you to consider an MPDS permit to look in to see if we're at that magic 1 acre of disturbance, because we believe we're knocking at the door. We also asked if the property maybe could consider pervious surfaces instead of the impervious surfaces, which right now they're projecting at their impervious surface will be actually bigger than their house, which will be 5,406 feet. All right, that doesn't include walkways, patios, anything else that they want to put on this property. We'd love to find a way for you to be a neighbor. Unfortunately, you're coming in to a property that's been inherited and has been not developed for years for a reason. I would love it if another property maybe could buy this property and leave it be. I mean, it would be ideal. This would be something we would all do. We know that we want to encourage people to live together in harmony, and I'm asking you to uphold our laws and not give this variance tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Whether for that, where that applicant has received 2 letters. Here tonight, Paul or Laura, outro. Better.
What's that? I think it did. He didn't say that. That's a recording. It was, but I don't say recording.
So moved. We want to close the record or want to keep it, I guess, keep it for more test? Okay. All right, so.
So moved.
All right, April 18th, all those in favor?
Aye.
Original exhibits go to who?
Bathroom break or anything?
Yeah. We could have met many. Told me to walk on a lot. Never seen it. Sure, when I was out there, you walked up, I've never seen it. I wasn't born. Nice
to meet you. You'll get the.
I'll give you a copy of that.
Sir.
No, okay, it's, I got it from township right now. I'll give you everything the township gave me.
Okay.
Is there a
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, and I was out there. I'll give a vote. Out there waiting. Could easily have done the not. Could easily have done the not. I know. Seen anybody. I did not see you. You can believe that. I've never seen you. I know you, I see a car. You see a car? Right, I see a car up there. End of a lot? End of a lot? Yeah. Well, somebody's throwing down the Rotelle side. Next, somebody threw the Rotelle side. Twice, I put it back down the third place. I don't know who did it. Obviously, people were coming a lot. As soon as I bought the property, they threw the. That's my point. Well, I was making two calls. I know your name. I don't know your name. I don't know who you are.
You're a lawyer.
Yeah, that's
not gonna see.
That's right.
I'll just write out the name.
I don't really expectation. You're gonna be my neighbor, so I'm not interested in making it. That's why I walked up and said.
The other two I could do in 10 minutes. This one I can't.
Any way that we can, try to help. I promise you, I have never physically, I've only seen you on that lot. But I didn't know that was people. There are people that go into that lot. I called the police. Have people that have good water. I knew that we probably have a new line. I know. You didn't worry about it. Oh, no. You know what? I always forgot a very important ingredient. Oh, if I knew, if I had been in the day somebody's door. I know. That's unfortunate. Thanks, I guess we'll be that. Next month, we'll see you in a month. Yeah, you bet. Vince, you're on the block. You'll be on the spot. We'll come to this.
Vince, do you need more? Vince.
He's in charge for an hour. What are you doing? Right, so when I identified. Which, as I. Which is what they did to the first time, or the second time. Now the third
defining correctly, you're on subset. Like in the design. But I gave them, got to use the existing. I mean, well.
Very fun. What time these guys wrap up?
Let's go walk.
All right. Can't do that. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I want to, and then we'll go into the parking.
Because she's the. Yeah, I see now.
We have another.
Yeah,
we do.
That's what church is like, right? And what law I have is that information there. To Ariel? Yeah. Master engineer. He then can, whether or not it's a balance that he, and that's different with that. And probably you know, because I don't think that's been good. About that, the balance, because that has, it's really for your. Plus the farm. So, like, you can't have one absent. And this build out. That's not my.
Right, that's the same.
Here's the one with the views.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Actually, that's also an exhibit. Yeah, but keep, yeah, that's good. We'll use that.
Dave will sign probably require one, like, purchase. And then,
I'm gonna have to.
Did you give them the small version to be?
Oh, yeah, they have it up there too.
Those came out that far.
Yeah.
So that's the application. Yeah. There's
What time do you guys go home? I may surprise you.
We ready to get rolling here?
All right, Chuck. Yeah.
Swing
Thank you.
All right, next up is applications E 2024-05, Rockhill Real Estate, 4005 West Chester Pike, pertaining to the subject property at 4019 West Chester Pike. Applicant seeking special exception of section 172-70M, as well as variance relief from sections 172-71E, 172-134, and 172-135B to allow for a public parking garage on the subject property. The applicant is requesting relief from any other section of the zoning ordinance. It may be realized during the zoning hearing process. Subject premise is located in the C1 zoning district. Is the file in order?
File is in order. We have the photograph of the posting and property, a list of addresses that the notice was mailed to within 200 feet of the boundary, as well as the publication that this hearing was advertised on. Yes, that.
All right, they're admitted. And do we have anyone here who wishes to make public comment on this application or is a party protestant? All right. To get, anybody that needs to be, I guess the floor is yours, or any witnesses to be sworn in?
Thank you. No grading. With a Nancy, Ogrady. Yeah. All no grading. Thank you. If it may please the board, my name is Vince Mancini. I'm here this evening representing Rockhill Real Estate, Roman numeral 10 LP. That is the legal owner of the subject property, which is 4019 West Chester Pike. It used to be owned by the Wright Family Trust, but Mrs. Wright decided to sell it to Rockhill. And by the way, I'm going to have to ask you for a little forbearance. I got to get into some background as to how these properties work, and I'm going to refer you to two exhibits which you have in front of you. If you can take a look at have that ready, the exhibits C, which is the affiliated parcels and affiliated dealerships, and exhibit C1, which is the tax map. That'll simplify some of these preliminary comments. First, taking a look at C1, that is a pretty good update of the status of the dealership acquisitions, or rather the parcel acquisitions by the variety of Rockhill entities. And I would also mention that every Rockhill entity that is discussed tonight that appears on Exhibit C1 is basically the principal in interest is Mr. Robert DeStanislaw. He is 99% limited partnership interest holder in the limited partnerships that hold title to all the parcels that I'm going to discuss. And he's also the 1% owner of the remaining 1% of the general partner in that limited partnership. So, when I refer to things as affiliated parcels and affiliated dealerships, that is in large part one of the linkage or the main linkage. He controls everything. The other thing is that there is a drive behind all of these properties, which is shown on Exhibit C. I've got it highlighted in blue, and that connects just about all of the properties in question, or provides access through a drive on site in the back, so it keeps all traffic off of West Chester Pike. And basically, I provide this for one of the reasons that one of the variances that was filed. By the way, they're not definitive variances because frankly, I believe that there is no need for variances given the language of the statute, or the ordinances rather. But the ordinances are also a little bit skewed, as they want to be sometimes with definitions and stuff. And so they're in there for precautions only, and I will address why I don't think they apply. In any event, we're talking about this property, which is 4019 West Chester Pike. It's roughly about 1.1 acres in size. I'd say about 95% of it is zoned C1 commercial. There's a little piece in the back, which I think you can, the most readily visible exhibit that shows how it's split up is Exhibit H, which was originally an orientation plan for views of the renderings. But then I looked at it and I said, gee, it also has a delineation of the zoning line. But for our purposes, that little corner in the back is irrelevant. because all our computations have been based on the C1 commercial zoned portion of this lot. So we didn't touch or use any portions of that small residential section in the back. In any event, we'll have our engineer testify that it complies with every objective bulk and area requirement for the C1 commercial. I also would submit to this board that the use itself does constitute a public garage as it's defined. Public garage is just the identifying introduction, so it's not really part of the ordinance, so I'm not quite sure what it means. But the language of in the definitions, definitional section of your ordinance, garages are defined in three categories. One is a non-residential, an accessory non-residential garage, which I looked at that and I said, nah, we're accessory to nothing. This is a standalone garage. And it's basically going to stand on its merits as a C1 permitted use by special exception. And the second definition of public garage, I'm not a public garage, is a residential garage. And that also is an accessory to a principal dwelling. So we're not that. There was a third definition, which it says public garage. And it says any other garages or buildings or structures having 2 floors or greater, that doesn't fit into one of those 2 categories above. And so that this is what we're under, basically. And the reason I say that is that this is a garage that's going to be limited to the public use of these affiliated dealerships on the affiliated lots that I'm just going to describe. And it's needed primarily for the Porsche dealership. I can only say it in very simple words. Porsche needs more parking spaces on site. And we're sensitive to the reaction of, trying to beg, borrow, and steal other sites to provide us for parking. And I know we've been parking on, I believe, the Campus Boulevard properties that are managed. I think it's Campus 11 Associates LP that is the owner of, that's going to be the second application, by the way. But the whole idea here is that Mr. DeStanislaw finally said, look, we've got Porsche that's coming, that's busting out at the seams. We got to get these cars on site. They're too expensive to have them all over the place, and nobody in the township's not happy with that. So he's trying to correct that situation, and it's not a minor correction. It's like I said, it's going to be an $8 million spend for this particular garage here. And the garage is really, actually, it's a great looking building, and it's architecturally well designed. It's 3 stories. It's got about, I'd say it's 3 stories and numbers. Oh yeah. It's got 18,590 square feet per floor, including the ground area.
Sorry, Vince, say that again.
18,590 square feet per floor. And the first floor is completely open. Okay, so, and there's accessibility from pedestrians to go through. And the second floor has got a half wall or railings or something to that effect. I can't see from this distance. And the same thing with the second, with the third floor. And then there's the roof on top. The roof on top is going to be basically half green. And it's gonna have walkways and it's gonna have parapets up top about, I forget how high the parapets are, about 4 feet or so, 4 or 5 feet, all around. And the garage itself will have, 2, elevators for people going up and down, and 2 elevators for automobiles moving up and down. Because the access to the facility is basically limited to the ground floor where you can take elevators. And then there's also a ramp from the Porsche parking lot up here. You can see it, this is the big Porsche building. This one's about 84,000 square foot building, about 3 stories high. And this garage looks bigger, but it's not. And the Porsche has got this big parking lot over here. I think it's got parking for about 120 cars or something like that. And it's simply not enough. They have grown in staff, they have grown in inventory. You know, you can't begrudge business being good, but it has put pressures on the parking. So the purpose of this parking garage here is to basically and primarily to alleviate the pressures that Porsche is feeling. But there's also another dealership right next door, right here, that used to be the old Porsche building. And that is shown on the tax map as tax plan number 003001. That's owned by Rockhill, I forget which, no, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. That's the one, that's the subject property. 004 is the Ferrari, that's going to be the new Ferrari dealership building. And that's got about 2.7 acres of land. And the building itself is about 19,000 square feet. And it will do very well there because they're not going to have anywhere near the sale of Porsche numbers a car. They're only going to sell like 50, 60 cars a year. Whereas when Porsche was over there, they were selling like 850 cars a year. So it's a dramatic downsizing of operations by going to somebody like Ferrari. Now, if you look at C, Exhibit C, that there was an additional property that Mr. Stanislaw acquired by another Rockhill entity, Roman numeral 18, right at the corner of Boot Road and Route 3. Smaller property, but and it's got the old pizza shop and the flower shop and all that's being demolished. It's coming down sooner than later. And what he hopes to put there, and we'll have to come back to you guys for a number of variances for there, is a dealership called RDS Classic Cars. You know, foolishly I thought, yeah, it must be used cars. No, it's going to be a very how can I put it, special and cars that are rare, you know, they have a historical significance. They become very valuable, and there's not going to be many of those cars, probably 20, and they will all be stored inside on the either on the first floor, and I think there's a lower level where they're going to be putting cars in, but those cars are going to be going from a low of 100,000 to a high of 15 million. So they're not going to see the outside. They're worse than the Ferraris or the Porsches. In any event, all of this necessitates the ability to address additional parking. But again, the need for parking is primarily with Porsche because Ferrari is not going to generate a hell of a lot of cars coming on site. Not much inventory at all because those cars have got to be ordered ahead of time and you're waiting 2 years before you get it. The other one, the classic ones, well, those are, few and far in between. So they will have the right to use the parking garage for their needs if they should arise. But again, the major thrust is to provide for the parking for Porsche. And the total parking spaces that this garage will now provide would be about 201 spaces within the garage and on top of the roof. And there will also be about 9 parking spaces outside in the front of the building. So it's generating a capacity for about 210 parking spaces. This will be sufficient for the present time and needs and for the foreseeable future, because we can't put any more dealerships in here. And frankly, the 2 that are going in, Ferrari and classic car, those are not going to generate the type of inventory and traffic that Porsche does. So that's the overall plan. And the reason that I mentioned the fact that these are all affiliated parcels that you see, like on Exhibit C, parcel number 1 is Porsche, parcel number 2 is the proposed garage, parcel number 3 is the Ferrari, and parcel number 4, if we get the RDS classic car, approval, will be for that. Again, these are all connected by the rear drive and would have access to and use of the garage, and that's the contemplated use. The one of the variances, precautionary variances that I had asked for was due to a strange cross language in your ordinance. If you look at the section dealing with C1, which we're under, and look at section 172-71, that says E, loading and unloading space. All buildings shall be provided with adequate off-street loading and unloading spaces located on other than the streets upon which the lot abuts. So in the C1, the provision is basically to keep off the streets, which we're doing here, because if you look at what we intend to use is the Porsche dealership loading and unloading facility to accommodate all of the cars that would be dropped off for delivery to the parking garage, because that's, and again, we don't expect many from Ferrari or classic car, but there may be some, and if so, that's that's the loading and unloading facility that would be provided and which must be used. And we're willing to take a condition that all such car deliveries would have to be made, for the whether it's for the garage or other dealers, would have to be made through the loading and unloading facility of the Porsche site. And that is a rather large section of the southwest corner of the building. And there is an exhibit. Let's see what it. Affiliated parcels zoning the site plan, rendering. Oh, no, rendering orientation. There is an exhibit here that does show the loading and unloading dock of the. Excuse me? Yeah, E1. I'm sorry. My eyesight's gone in my old age. Yeah, E1 has the Porsche dealership plan for loading and unloading facility. And if you look at E1, it is a very sizable loading and unloading facility. And Mr. O'Grady will testify that he's the VP of facilities and all of these facilities. And he will testify that that loading and unloading facility is more than adequate for the handling of the Porsche deliveries. Yeah, well, I'm going to have him adopt a lot of this, I think. In any event, that is the intended approach to this matter. The garage itself, again, beautifully designed. It will be it's architecturally designed to blend with the rest of the facility and provide a nice facade from the street. And we'll go and hit Mr. Nogrady's testimony, but I have 3 witnesses, and I'll try to go through them as quickly as possible. I have Mr. Nogrady, who is again, he's the general manager and also VP of facilities. And he'll address why it's there and why it's needed, and I'll go through very quickly with him. The second witness that I'm going to produce is Mr. Kevin Dowell. He's the architect. He's going to address his renderings, how the design of the garage facility, also the lighting that is fully lit. The other exhibit underneath it has got nighttime security lighting. There will be no glare, no obtrusive illumination that's going to upset anybody. Actually, the diminished lighting is actually very much subdued and attractive. So that's what I like. Lighting. Daylight lighting. All right, with that aside, I'd like to get into Mr. Nogrady's testimony, and we can, if the board has any questions, I can try to have my witness answer it. Mr. Nogrady, could you tell me, or you could tell the board who you're employed by?
Portion main line.
And does the facility, in what capacity?
General manager.
Okay, does that cover facilities and parking and all that sort of stuff?
Yes.
And is it for all of these affiliated properties or affiliated dealerships that I mentioned? That's basically Porsche on the west side, the Ferrari building or the Ferrari facility, which is parcel 3, and respectively the corner property that was recently acquired, which would be for classic cars.
Right.
All right. Now, I show you what has been marked as Exhibit A. Got the deed for the property. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Exhibit A is the application, right?
The application for the exemption.
Okay. Exhibit A1 is the deed.
Correct.
And that shows the correct ownership and whatnot. Now, exhibit A and B, or I'm sorry, exhibit B1, B2, and B3, B1, B2, and B3. These are photographs of the existing Lotus dealership where this garage is going to be built.
Yes.
And the Lotus building is about 8,700 square feet. And that is going to be demolished, correct?
Correct.
And the paving is just about across the lot as it currently exists.
Correct. The entire lot.
The entire lot, just about. And I'll address that with the engineer. And with this new proposed garage, we are basically increasing the green area without counting the roof. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I'll address that with the engineer as well. And exhibit C is the let's see, this is the affiliated, parcels and affiliated, dealership facilities, is correct? Correct. And Exhibit C shows parcel one, which is Porsche, parcel two, which is the proposed garage, 3 Ferrari and 4 classic cars. And the second sheet to Exhibit C is a history, or is a summary of all the ownership of the parcels and the dealerships that operate on some of those parcels. Yes. Or will operate. And it indicates the correct names and numbers, or the correct names of all the entities that are involved. Right. Okay, now, and Exhibit C1 is basically the tax map that I was previously discussing. By the way, if you look at the on the tax map, the subject property would be 003, would be tax map number 003-001, right? Correct. And to the back there, there's a small lot, residential lot fronting on Boot Road, 003-004. Yes. And that's owned by Rockhill 8, I believe. Rockhill 8. Okay. Again, Mr. Stanislaw owns that. And it's got an existing dwelling on it, right? Correct. So that's residential. Now, there on next to it is another lot which touches the subject property, which is 003. That lot also fronts on Boot Road, and is also owned by Rockhill 4. Correct. Again, and does Mr. DeStanislao, is he in the process of constructing his own residential home there? Yes. Okay. So Exhibit D constitutes basically an overview of the same properties that you're just discussing. That is all of the C1 commercial properties going from Boot Road to the end of the Porsche dealership property, correct? Correct. What's next to you on the western side of that Porsche? There's a roofing company and then a nursery. Okay. And if on C, here, on Exhibit C, that blue line there is the, or that blue colored area in, that's the shared access drive that connects all the parcels, the dealerships? Yes. All right. Now, the parking garage itself, that has a capacity for 201 spaces, either inside or on, and including the roof. Yes. Or part of the roof. Part of the roof. The other part is a green roof. Correct. And that's for stormwater management and whatnot. And yes, I just asked the engineer that question. Ask the engineer. Ask him. Okay. So I'm told. It's 3 stories. Yes. 2 elevators for people and 2 elevators for cars. Correct. Ground floor can be accessed by pedestrians and cars from the front here. There's no walls. Correct. Also, there's no parking area going up against the building at the front area, right? Correct. That goes to the variance requested, other precautionary variance, which is at well, there's a
I'll get to it with the engineer, but second variance says if you have a parking area up to a building, you have to provide a green strip between the, I guess, the parking area and the building, except where for access points into the building. Our position is there are no parking areas up against the building. Secondly, there, front of the building is open for pedestrian access into the garage. Thus, I don't think that section of the ordinance. Sometimes anxiety drives an attorney to make more requests than he should. Also, I think our engineer will say it doesn't make sense to put a grass strip there because if anything, it creates a change in surfaces. It creates tripping hazards. It doesn't work. But again, I'll address it with the engineer. Now, these renderings I am going to have down address. So I won't trouble you too much with this, but the building itself will not have any HVAC. The building's not going to be heated, correct? Except for the elevator shafts. All right, so there's not going to be any, no mechanicals on the roof to make noise. Okay. And for the heating and the HVAC for the shafts, that can be done at ground level and can be buffered rather simply. From what I understand. Okay. All levels can be accessed by elevators? Yes. By the way, the heating, is that going to take place for both the two elevators for people or also for the elevators for cars? Both? Okay. And what is the intended use of the 210 parking spaces?
Will be for storage of vehicles as well as employee parking.
Okay, and that's only for the affiliated dealerships that are on the affiliated parcels comprising the overall campus. Okay, correct. And is there a need for this parking?
Yes.
And what is I'll just describe the nature of the need.
Well, we've had to secure off-site parking for some years now. We've outgrown this area that had a number of Porsches that we have sold, dramatically increased over the last 4 years. 4 years ago, we did secure that off-site parking area, 100 spots, and it just hasn't been sufficient for us. And obviously, it's caused some issues here with the township. So that's why we've proposed.
And I think this board granted you the right to park there while construction was continuing. And I guess you guys thought that because you couldn't hook up the sewers until recently, that the construction was not completed. But in any event, the issue is moot because of this garage. Now, does this garage require you to get well, we'll talk about that, but that's a second application. This construction of the garage will take place over what period of time?
1 year after receiving the application permit.
Okay, so it's 1 year after the building permits are issued. Now, in this particular case, you got to go for land development. Understand that?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And is the application ready to be filed pending what the zoning hearing board does with the current application?
That's 90% complete at this point.
So it would be filed probably within 45 days after the board's decision if it's favorable.
Yes.
Okay.
Vince, could I ask a question?
Yeah.
Thank you. I need to get focused here on the specific relief that's being sought. and I understand the position with regard to the 5-foot green space required, and you've explained the position on that. If you could just run through, either through your witnesses or through yourself, the items required to establish the special
Oh,
exception.
yeah, I intend to.
Are, well,
Yeah, I will do that.
how about we get there now?
I will get there now then, okay. I can take a hint. Well, I won't address the buffering off of Boot Road. I'll do that with Mr. Dow. I'd like to call Mr. O'Grady. I have no further questions of Mr. O'Grady. Okay. Yeah.
The 173-70 L.
Mhm.
Correct?
Yeah.
We say looking for accessory office use.
No, that has been removed. There is no accessory offices.
That's what your application.
Well, the original one said, but that's been dropped, I believe. Well, consider it dropped.
So, everybody's
Yeah.
saying what I'm looking.
Yeah.
So, have some clarity what's going on here.
Well, no offices in there. That has been redesigned, and the decision was made that offices would not be applied for, that this would be strictly a garage for.
For clarity, so keeping out or parking lot.
Right.
Application. Correct?
Correct.
That's for loading on
Right.
or.
Correct. That's the 5-foot strip. Excuse me?
Or off-street parking for.
Correct. That's basically, if it's needed, and I have argued that there, in the application, that there's an inconsistency.
I just
Yeah.
want to know what you're asking for.
Okay,
Whether you have to tell this board.
yeah.
Whether you're seeking from you or you're waiving. it.
Well, I'm completely waiving any application for for offices. The garage is strictly for storage, no repairs, strictly for storage and parking.
Board has to hear
Period.
from.
Okay,
Regard to whether
okay.
areas of relief, regard to.
I'll-
loading and unloading.
This is the engineer. Chris Jensen, please.
Christopher Jensen, it's Jensen.
Mr. Jensen, you agree that this application falls within a parking garage definition allowed by special exception under the ordinance?
I do agree.
Okay. And that's per the definitions contained for parking garage.
Yes.
For garage, rather. All right, now, secondly, in order to qualify for special exception, in addition to qualifying for the use, we have to satisfy a number of bulk and area standards, correct?
Correct.
Could you please tell me, did you prepare what has been marked as Exhibit E, or did your firm, T&M Associates, prepare the zoning site plan marked as Exhibit E?
I believe it may be Exhibit C on the screen. Yeah. Exhibit C, we prepared.
No, I believe the zoning site plan is Exhibit E. Here, take a look. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yes, Exhibit E.
And on Exhibit E, you have zoning data that needs to be complied with. And we do have larger site plans for the board if you want it, so. But going through that the zoning site plan requirements found under, I believe, section 172-71.
Yes.
All right, could we please go through that requirement for the C1 commercial districts? Minimum front yard.
Sure. So 20 feet is required. We are proposing 43.7 feet.
Okay, maximum building area.
70% of the lot is maximum. We are proposing 46.8%.
Minimum rear yard.
15 feet. We're proposing 39.2 feet.
Maximum building height.
45 feet or 3 stories. And we are proposing 3 stories less than 45 feet.
Okay. Minimum lot area.
6,000 square feet, and we are proposing 44,819 with 39,850 of those square feet in the C1 district.
Okay, so it's basically, it's 39,850 that can be used for the C1 purposes.
Yes,
All right. Required green space.
that's 10% of all the paved areas, and so that equates to 1,103 square feet, and we're proposing 9,019 square feet in the C1 portion of the lot.
I noticed that the green space for the Lotus building as it currently exists is 7,289. Looks like to be about a 2,000 increase in green area or something like that.
Approximately, yes, we're adding green space.
And the required green area, I'm not quite sure what that means for under section 172, 140. Is that net lot area in C1 district?
Yes, that's, the requirement is 5% of the net lot area, and we are providing 22.6% C1 district.
Okay. The side yard requirements, there are no side yard.
There are none.
Okay. Now, in considering green space calculations, did you include in your calculations the green area on the roof?
No.
No, okay. And if that green area were to be included, what would be the percentage?
7,600 additional square feet, so it's quite a bit higher percentage. I don't know the percentage.
Okay.
Off the top of my head.
But you're almost doubling it, not quite, because you got 9,000, but it would be a substantial increase.
Substantial
All right.
increase, correct.
But again, these calculations and percentages don't reflect that.
Yes.
So you're essentially providing an additional new grass area of 2,883 square feet. So that's a percentage of what, 7.223?
Yes, in the C1 district.
Okay. Now, you've also, now, in your reading, did you have occasion to read section 172-71E?
Yes, I did.
And that requires a separate loading and unloading facilities for proposed parking garage. Does it not? Or
It merely requires that loading, unloading shall not be done from any road right of way. So it does not require separate loading, unloading for specific buildings. Like
Okay.
parking garage.
in essence, and that's under the C1 commercial district requirements.
Yes, that's right.
And basically there is another section, section 172-134, that's a general language. Loading and unloading building is required for each building conducting a trade or business. And it's generally applicable to all zoning districts. Conducting or allowing business or trades. In this particular instance, in your mind, does a specific application of the C1 definition of loading and unloading should that be the one applied to this C1 use?
Yes, yes, it should, because specifically in this case, we mentioned the affiliated parcels, we mentioned the Porsche dealership as being the building where the unloading and loading takes place. Makes more sense that provision upheld it as it intent is that the loading and unloading be outside the right of way, which we comply with the plan.
Essentially, it's providing for a potential sharing arrangement, so long as you keep it the heck off the road.
Yes.
All right. Now, the second precautionary variance we applied for is for a green strip that's set forth in 172-135 parentheses capital B. That's a green strip between the front wall of a park, the front, that's a green strip between where there is parking area adjacent to a building. Is that correct?
Yes.
In this particular case, is there any parking area adjacent to this building?
No, just a driveway. You can see the parking areas are actually facing West Chester Pike, Route 3.
Now, as opposed to the one on the eastern side, that is facing, and there is a green
Yes.
area for that. Okay. Now,
But Vince,
yeah,
that provision talks about a parking lot, not parking spaces, right?
no, I think it talks about parking area, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
I'll take a look at it again.
But it's not spaces. It doesn't, the spaces don't have to go directly to the building or the structure.
It does not,
I agree, you may say it's precautionary, it
Yeah.
may be necessary.
well, if it's necessary,
Yeah.
so be it, but as I said, the way it reads, and again, that's at 172, let me get the exact language, 170.
Dash 135.
135. It talks about the parking area, and then you look at the definition of parking space, and it talks about the area where the car parks. Yeah, it's just,
But it also exempts.
yeah, that's the second aspect. Yeah, so that's anticipated my second argument or remembered it. So it's open and it's not, it doesn't have parking going up to the building.
All right.
Okay,
You've
so
answered my
anyway,
question.
that's basically the arguments that I submit, that those two variances aren't really needed, but if the board feels that it's required to, especially with the loading and unloading, because there's clear, the general seems to contradict the specific for the C1 district. Anyway, that's probably over analysis on my part, but I submit that to the board as a precaution. Now, by the way, on that green strip, would it make any sense to put that in there?
No, it would create a physical barrier. As we discussed, it's open right now across the entire frontage for people to walk through and strip, get in the way, even be a tripping hazard, the way it's set up and designed, so it would
Okay.
make sense.
All right, now, I'm going to have Mr. Dow talk about the lighting. And I believe Mr. O'Grady, I believe the business hours for the facilities are 6 PM Monday through Friday till, I'm sorry, 8 AM to 6 PM Monday through Friday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the business hours on Saturday are 9 AM to 5 PM.
That's correct.
Closed on Sunday. Now, will the lighting for this building pose any adverse impact to the residents on Boot Road or across it, Boot Road, based on your familiarity with the two lighting standards or the two lighting renderings prepared by Mr. Dow?
No.
Okay. Now, also the full lighting, is that utilized when it's dark?
There's two lighting settings. One's the full lighting, and that's utilized until the close of business, which really only takes effect and is needed during about half the year, especially, in the winter months when the sun goes down early as 4:30 on the shortest of days. And then in the summer months, you wouldn't even need the lighting. You wouldn't need the full lighting. You'd need the security lighting because the business closes before the sun goes down anyway.
And anyway, Mr. Dow will address that as well. When, will the lighting adversely affect any properties to the front of the garage?
No, and in fact, there are two residents directly across Route 3. They're very, very well buffered already. They have almost impenetrable buffering from direct across the street.
And that's shown on Exhibit D, which is the aerial photograph.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as buffering from Boot Road, will this parking garage be visible from Boot Road?
No, there's already existing trees and vegetation, and we also propose to plant green giant arborvitae along the back. And they grow quite large. You may be familiar with them. They 2 to 3 feet a year. They can be 30 to 40 feet tall when they're at maturity.
And I'll get into it more with Mr. Dow, but there's also 2 lots that are going to be addressed with additional buffering. Is that correct?
Yes.
And those 2 lots are shown on the tax plan as 00, tax plan number 003, and the other smaller one that's owned by a Rockhill entity, 003-004, correct?
Yes.
And again, Mr. Stanislaw's dwelling is a 2-story dwelling,
Yes.
and that will be constructed on lot 003, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And those arborvitaes are going to be planted towards the rear of that line, and also the lot on the lot numbered 003-004.
Yes.
And by the way, are there any residents in that section behind a Boot Road behind or across from either one of those 2 lots that Mr. Stanislaw's entity owns fronting on Boot Road?
No.
I believe that is is that part of the SAP property over there?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Okay, we're under section 172-13, where an application for special exception is made, the applicant shall have the burden of showing that the proposed use is appropriate and in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the chapter, which is the zoning chapter. And specifically, the applicant shall show the following. Number 1, does this application fall within the provisions of the chapter, which
Yes, it does.
is a special exception? Number 2, is a proposed parking garage in any way prejudicial to the character of the immediate area or abutting residences?
No.
Or abutting properties? There are no abutting residences right now. Can water, sewers, stormwater management, fire, police protection be provided?
Yes, it's a low impact development, and those things will be addressed during land development.
Okay. Is the proposed use physically suitable for the site?
Yes.
Are there any topographical, soil, geological, drainage, or environmental features which would cause the proposed development to adversely affect the health, safety, and welfare of the neighboring property or the township?
No.
Is the proposed use provided for by special exception to the zoning ordinance and consistent with the township's current comprehensive plan?
Yes, it is.
Now, as to the general standards, will it substantially increase traffic congestion on streets
No, just the opposite. In fact, it will encourage vehicles to stay on the property. There's a rear drive that connects the affiliated parcels, connector drive, and this facility will facilitate those vehicles staying on the site itself.
Will it increase the danger of fire or panic or otherwise endanger the public safety?
No,
Will it overcrowd the land or create an undue congestion of population?
no, it's not a habited structure.
Will it impair stormwater management or cause soil erosion?
No, we're adding green.
Okay. Will it impair an adequate supply of light and air to adjacent property?
No, and in fact, the adjacent properties are owned by the same ownership entities.
I got you. Will it be consistent with the character of the surrounding neighborhood?
Yes,
Will it be detrimental to other properties in the area?
no,
Will it affect the character of the immediate neighborhood by failing to conserve the values of existing buildings and to encourage most appropriate use of the land?
no,
Will it adversely affect the community development objectives set forth in the zoning ordinance?
no,
Will it adversely affect off-street parking?
no, it will provide more off-street parking, encourage off-site parking.
Will it substantially burden water, sewers, groundwater, schools, parks, and other public facilities?
No, it doesn't have any restroom facilities, doesn't require any sewer, so no,
Okay. Will it otherwise adversely affect the public health, safety, and welfare?
no.
I have no further questions of this witness. Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
Correct.
That's correct.
Well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Not that I'm aware of.
We,
Parcel. Right? So.
Yes. Yes. May I try to address that? I have spoken to Mr. DeStanislao, and we pretty much anticipated this technical argument. And Mr. DeStanislao is amenable and is willing to enter into, number one, accept a condition that any deliveries for this garage shall be by truck, carrier, whatever, shall be made to the loading and unloading facility of the Porsche dealership. That's number one. Number two, we're willing to take a further condition that any future sale of either the dealership interests or the real estate would have to disclose and provide for acceptance of the condition that, and a continuation of that relationship of being able to use the Porsche dealership for truck carrier deliveries to this site. And third, if the board or the township wants to have a formal written agreement between the property, the property entities that Mr. DeStanislao owns, said that's not a problem. Yeah. It will require something. We could, that can be done. I mean, either an easement or a covenant that runs with the land. Yeah,
Some assurance.
right.
that The, or the use of the facility. Second, sale.
I agree.
Or, you know, that other interest in your corporate entity.
Right.
That may be a majority interest. Tesla is not helpful.
I will discuss this with Mr. DeStanislao further. We'll refine it. And we'll take a condition from this board that no truck carrier deliveries to the garage would be made other than by use of the loading and unloading facility at the Porsche dealership, because then they merely take the cars by the back way drive to the.
But I think it's gotta go a bit further, because you have trash enclosure. It's only accessible through each.
No, you can get to it, if you look at the,
I'm looking. The substitute, I'm looking.
if you,
Below the access, the rear access drive. Common drive. So I think it's just. I'm down over. Upslander said, I just think there's gotta be a cross agreement for all common facilities that are being shared among all the individual parcels.
I think if you look at the plan, which is the zoning site plan, you'll see that,
That's the
okay.
shown right there. And then-
Right, but if you look at at ground level, the entry, you enter into the building and there's a drive through to the rear of the building.
I don't know if the height of the truck is certain.
Yeah, I mean, if it
I
doesn't,
think the point
Yeah.
is simply made, there needs to be a cross.
Sure.
So all the common facilities and access.
right. And I had raised this
So
with,
the board should just consider that as a top.
but I agree with the solicitor's comments about, some kind of restrictions or easements for the use of the part, the loading and unloading zone on the Porsche property. I think that makes sense. And this, yeah, and we can address that as well, to have that cross drive. But I'm saying for the trash, I believe, and I had discussed this with the engineer that worked on this plan. The thought was that there was enough height for, picking up trash and stuff like that. But I'll double check that, and if that's an issue, we'll make it so that the access can, from other facilities to the rear drive can be utilized to reach it. And in fact, where's, yeah. Yeah. There was a, where the heck is that exhibit? Oh, see, I think it was exhibit C, exhibit C. There is it doesn't show it on this because this is just a sketch, but there is a, you're right, the back can be reached, the rear drive can be reached from the Ferrari, access point, which is right here, not shown on the rendering. But that, like I said, that's easily arranged. Because fortunately, we don't have any, competing or at odds ownership here. It's all under the control of one person. Well, today, and that's why I said it's easy to get get that done today. But I'll be more than happy to talk to Mr. DeStanislaw and come up with an agreement that would be acceptable to the Board of Supervisors. I have no further questions of this witness, and I'll call Mr. Dow. We'll be done with this one, and I could probably get to the second one in about 10 minutes. Mr. Dow? Okay, let me.
Kevin Dowell, D as in David, Owell.
Prepared the renderings which have been marked as exhibits F and G, I believe are the two principal renderings, identified F and G on the easel.
Yes, those were done by our office.
Okay. And they were based on the zoning site plan prepared by T&M Associates, is that correct?
Correct.
They're an accurate representative rendering of those plans.
They are.
Sir, again, is there anything, you've heard me describe the garage facility as 3 stories and elevators and no HVAC. Were my statements accurate?
Yes, with one correction, it'll be just one elevator for people.
One
It'll be
elevator.
2 vehicle elevators, one
Okay,
pedestrian.
my apologies. And both of them would be heated, the shafts, that is?
Vehicle elevator definitely has to be heated if we have to for the pedestrian.
Okay. And that would be handled by this small heater within the structure?
Yeah.
How about the compressor for the air conditioning? No air conditioning?
Just got to keep we have to prevent freezing.
Okay. Freezing of the vehicles, is there?
No. Prevent freezing of the equipment for the vehicle elevator.
Oh, okay. So it's only heating, no
air conditioning.
no AC. All right. On the roof there, we're going to get into, by the way, is there any noises that would be coming from this building?
No.
Other
than vehicles.
The roof is green. I think that was done for stormwater management, which we'll get into with the land development agreement. But there's also walkways up there. Is there any roof lighting contemplated?
There'll be minimal lighting. It would just be by bollard and or pathway lighting. It would be no posts.
Okay,
nothing raised.
Would those bollards be lower than the parapet?
Yes.
How tall is the parapet?
42 inches above the level of the third. Yeah, it's higher in the front because the dirt will be raised 18 inches. The green space will be raised 18 inches from the parking lot. But in both cases, we'll meet the 42-inch requirement for guards.
Now, the bollards would be lower than the parapet?
Bollards are typically 3 feet.
3 feet. About 36. And would they have top covers or something that would direct light down as opposed to?
Typically, yes.
Okay. Now, how about other lighting that's being proposed for business hours and for
All right, so exhibit. Yeah, and actually the ones in your packet are more closer to what we intended that to be. The boards kind of came out fairly dark. But the exhibit J1 would be for business hours. The electrical engineer says about 5-foot candles. The
Rendering J2 would be later at night. That's security lighting only and would be closer to a 1-foot candle.
And do these renderings accurately represent what 1-foot candle would look like at night?
More or less, the ones that are the smaller ones in your packets are a better representation.
Okay. And would this type of lighting create any rational disturbance on anybody across the street that may have a house over there, whether they're buffered or not?
No,
Would be the headlights from the road and the trucks, LEDs and all that stuff, would they be brighter than that? Okay, and now to the rear, we have buffering render.
correct.
And one is J1, I believe that is this one over here, and it shows a vacant field. You have prepared sort of a plan which is attached as
B1.
B1?
You're looking for the
Yeah, I am.
location.
Yep, here it is. Yeah, E1. No, that's not E1. Oh, I'm sorry, H. Exhibit H is the orientation plan for the views of renderings I1 and I2, which are the front lit. And then you have directional views for J1 and J2. The vacant lot shows the angle of the smaller lot on that has got it's got a tax plan number 003-004, correct?
I1. Are we talking?
Did I misnumber these two?
No, I think they're correctly written.
I1,
I2.
yeah, this is J1.
Or I1.
I1, I'm sorry.
J1
I1.
the house, the
Gotcha.
garage.
This is I1 over here, and it's the view directed from lot 003-004, and that green space is the side yard of the dwelling that is located further to the left. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And that further to the left would be represented by this fence that appears on I2, I believe. Okay, and the house that is shown on here, is this the partial design of the house that's being built by Mr. Stanislaw?
It is.
Okay. And to the rear, you have filled in with some giant arborvitaes, giant or whatever they're called.
Correct.
And there's also plantings already there now, that
Correct.
shelter.
Yes.
So once these arborvitaes are planted, the house is there going to be any view from Boot Road for that building, that structure?
Not once the arborvitae reach there.
And even if even if somebody sees something about the building, are there any other residences across the street from Boot Road that this would trouble?
I believe the civil engineer testified now.
Yeah, okay. So do you see any impact, adverse impact on any properties, including residential properties that are general area?
No.
Is there anything else you want to tell us about the building?
Describe it.
I'm just,
We can see the picture.
I think that's probably sufficient. I'll let it go.
Can I ask you a
At
quick
this
question?
time, I would
This
move
has
it.
nothing to do with the application, but I was
Yeah.
thinking about this. Is the only way that the cars get to the second and third level by use of the elevator, or is there an internal?
The second floor is accessed, can also be accessed from the Porsche lot to the west. Because the Porsche lot is actually 13 feet,
Right here.
roughly 13 feet higher.
Okay.
So there will be a ramp back there. The third floor and the roof parking are only accessed by elevator, and that's the reason for having two in case one goes down. You know, we don't have product up on
This one.
That's,
Yeah.
This is stairway.
There are three, so that for a pedestrian elevator, there's three stairways to get down in an emergency.
that's the basic story of the parking garage.
All right.
And,
Sure that's everything?
I have a question. When you, when the original plan for the Porsche dealership was built, was the garage part of that original plan, or did you, it sounds like it came up with the need for spaces once
now.
the demand increased?
The original plan, they came in with about the 84,000. That other thing.
What was going to be there? If it wasn't, what was going to be there? If there wasn't a garage.
There's currently
Yeah,
a
someone
building that
else
was
can-
going to
anyone can-
stay.
What's that? Sorry.
There's, we were intending to keep the existing building.
Okay. I got it. He answered.
Yeah.
The intention was to keep the building. And then other question was the off-site parking, now that their garage is there, is that going to be removed?
The existing.
You guys have
The
the
overflow
yeah,
parking in
there's
other
about-
areas is
Yeah,
going
there's
to be.
about
removed as well.
25, 30 parking spaces
That's
on
right.
the ground. Yeah, the entire building for the Lotus dealership is going to be.
The campus boulevard, all that parking that we approved previously off-site is now going to be all housed here.
No, the campus boulevard will remain in place.
No, he's just saying the cars you're parking there now will be moved to this parking garage. That's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
purpose of this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
If it,
we got it.
makes sense. All right.
So can we close the record on this then, and we'll make a decision that will take place at the,
We'll announce
at
at
the
the next meeting.
And I'd
yeah,
may I admit into record all exhibits A through L, please?
admitted, yeah. So the next meeting will be on April 18th. So we'll make a decision at that meeting.
Okay. May I get one more application on?
You can get them both in if you're,
Okay.
well,
I'll
are we
move
gonna
with
stick
it.
to our deal we made earlier? Can we get that on the record?
We can do the off-site parking rather quickly.
Do I need to call my house and let them know I'm not gonna be home for breakfast? What's the?
Am I good?
You're good, thank you. I knew it was gonna be a long night.
We are. Oh, the decision.
We made it long. All right. Next.
All right,
In one point. Oh,
so,
Mix the streams.
okay.
Mr. Mancini, the next one we're gonna do is the,
Is, Valerie?
Mr. Mancini, we have next up the 2024-04. Is that the one
That's the off-site parking.
that is the, I'll just read through it
Campus
here.
Boulevard.
Yeah. Staying the subject property at 11, 15, and 17 Campus Boulevard. seeking variance relief from 172-88B to allow for temporary parking on the subject property.
Sir.
All right, is that file in order, Andy?
No, you didn't. Thank you.
And
Picture representing notice subject property hearing to mark
all right, and do we have anyone here wishing to make public comment or party protesting on this application?
No, that's what.
No, we have to have you sworn in here.
Valerie Sarmento, S as in Sam, A-R, M as in Mary, E, N as in Nancy, T as in Tom, O.
Let the record show it's 10:35. Yeah.
Ms. Sarmento, could you tell us who you are employed by
Yes, the Henderson Group.
and in what capacity, what position do you hold?
I'm Senior Vice President of Asset Management.
Is Campus 11 Associates LP an affiliated limited partnership of the Henderson Group?
Campus 11 Associates is one of many entities that are managed by the Henderson Group.
And is Campus 11 Associates the legal owner of 11, 15, and 17 Campus Boulevard, Township of Newtown,
Yes,
comprised of approximately 16.32 acres of land, being a single lot with tax parcel number 30-00-0429-14?
yes,
And that property supports 3 separate buildings, each with about 50,000 square feet, 2-story, and having a total aggregate parking of about 722 parking spaces.
correct.
And am I correct in saying that, well, it is one parcel with one tax folio, but 3 buildings, right?
Yeah, with 3 separate addresses,
Now-
yes.
You're familiar with the application that has been filed and marked as Exhibit A. And here you can follow with this exhibit package, which has been filed in connection with a joint request by Campus Associates Boulevard and by RDS Porsche of the Porsche main line to allow Porsche to continue parking on site pursuant to a license agreement previously entered into with Campus Associates, and which was renewed again in January of 2024.
Yes,
Now, I show you the deed, which has been marked as Exhibit B.
mhm.
Is that the deed to the property?
Yes,
All right. And now you're also aware of the purpose of tonight's meeting is to seek a variance from the SU1 provisions that govern the Campus 11 property to allow Porsche to continue its off-site parking pending the completion of the parking garage, which will house the 210 cars that we have previously discussed.
yes,
You're also aware that Rockhill, no, that's not necessary. Now, Exhibit A-1, is that the original 2019 license agreement and amendment there too, which was made in January 2024?
Yes,
And under the license agreement, can both parties terminate with 30 days notice?
yes,
And under all circumstances, the license would be terminated once the parking garage is completed.
yes.
Um,
That's,
Is it accurate to state that the original parking allowed by this board under its 2020 decision was intended to address the needs of both Campus 11 Associates LP and also for the benefit of temporary parking needed by Porsche to finish construction of its building and facility, and also also the renovations of the Porsche building, of the former Porsche building for Ferrari, and ultimately to hook up the sewers, which just recently is happening.
yes.
All right, now, could you please explain why this is good for Campus 11 Associates then and now?
The buildings are vacant 50% since COVID. We don't have a lot of tenants. We have no prospects out there, no proposals out there. So it's good for both of us. It's the neighbor, they park there, it's temporary. When they're done, they leave, but we have an empty parking lot, so it helps us, it helps them.
And you have, again, you have a parking capacity for 722 or something to that effect. And I believe the SU1 district plan, which I'll get into that with Mr. Oberschmidt, your manager. But there is ample parking there, correct?
Correct,
And your current tenants, about 50%, occupy about 150 to 200 200 parking spaces.
correct.
Okay, has the Porsche parking in any way created an appearance or condition that has been detrimental to the existing tenants of the three buildings?
No,
There's been no parking of trucks or commercial vehicles or anything like that?
it's cars.
And even with that parking, does it look vacant?
A parking lot, yes.
And now, again, you don't believe that the use of the Porsche parking would be in any way detrimental to your rental and tenants and other activities on the on that Campus Boulevards
No,
development? Have you received any complaints? And by the way, the Porsche parking continues to date, correct?
it does.
And have you received any complaints from the residents to the rear or other tenants or property owners in the Campus Boulevard?
No,
And I'll,
I guess, the cars are being parked there now, right, currently? And we're just looking to extend that.
just extend it until this garage is
Okay.
done and then it ends.
So
That's the deal.
extend that if this is approved. Okay.
If it's-
That's what we're trying to get to.
Yeah,
I
that's it.
think the earlier testimony was about a year after the application was in and approved.
it's about a year after we get building permit and we're moving quickly for land development. We have to get land development first. We're going to file a consolidated and ask for a waiver to have a preliminary final plan review with fully engineered plans. And secondly, once that is approved, we have to enter into a land development agreement with the township and security agreement for common improvements and all that sort of stuff, and stormwater management agreement, whatever. But that would be with the land development phase, including, the easements that the solicitor discussed. Yeah. Yeah.
But also one other, if business change, business office side of things, doesn't look promising.
Mhm.
But if that would change, we'd have to balance that.
Plus, we have a 30-day out. If all of a sudden our buildings are 100% occupied,
We just wouldn't
I give
want
30.
to.
Well, you say
Part of the
you're
tenants-
50% occupied with 150 to 200 cars. So
Yeah.
if you're 100% occupied, that's 400 cars
we
tops.
still have a lot.
Other 100 on top of that falls short of the 722 parking spaces.
You had another
I get it,
224,
I get it.
222 left over.
Last question, what's the term of the agreement that you renegotiated?
We didn't renegotiate it. It was restated, and
Gotcha.
so none of the terms changed. It was still 30 days.
30
Everything's
day
still the
term.
same.
It's a license, it's not a lease.
Yeah,
And,
So,
it's month to month.
And like, I think as Mr. Sheridan indicated, the plan that is attached, and I was planning on calling Mr. Oberschmidt, who is the manager of the facility, and he can go through the plan and how the parking has been conducted, and the fact that the trip generations are not even noticeable, and that,
Well, your witness already testified, I think,
okay.
satisfy me.
yeah,
Okay. Well, if that is the case, then, the only thing, that, happens, that application, oh, here it is. That's-
Application.
No,
Yeah.
this is it.
so
I also have,
Is-
in that case, I would move for admission of the following documents. Application for the temporary parking was Exhibit A. Exhibit A1, original December 2019 license agreement and amendment thereto of January 2024. Exhibit A2 was the zoning board decision dated November 20th, 2020, which basically said till the end of construction and of the various facilities. There's been some interpretation by the township and us as to what finishing construction meant. We argued that we haven't been able to hook up to the sewer until just recently that became available. So that was part of it, but it's a moot issue in any event because it's all of the other finishing of construction we anticipate will be finished up by the end of this month or April, and we're looking for an extension that gets us past this garage, which will solve all the problems, I think. And so, in any event, A3, again, affiliated parcels and affiliated dealerships. B is the deed. C is the site survey plan of Campus 11 Associates. And that's the plan you may want to take a look at. It does identify the entire 16 acres. It was prepared by Stantec, who was at one time, I think, the engineer for this township, may still be, I don't know. And that's Exhibit C. And that identifies a location of the licensed 100 spots, and it's strategically placed inside. It's not viewable from the campus boulevard. It's pulled away from the buildings so that the tenants have the closest parking to the buildings, and it's pulled away from the residences in the back. And I'm merely summarizing the testimony of Mr. Oberschmidt, German names. In any event, there's never been any complaints from the residents, other tenants. Portia's been very respectful of the property and the tenants, no speeding, no commercial vehicles parked there. It looks like a parking lot.
So you have one more application?
Well, if you want me to go for that one, I'll go for that one too. But let me finish this one.
I want to get through.
So
Let's make a vote.
Well, we
on
can
this
go
one.
to the,
So I'll make a motion.
Sorry.
I'll make a motion to grant the sought variance relief for the, temporary parking, with, I guess, the condition that once the, CO is in hand or approved for the building structure of the parking garage. Yeah. Yeah, then at that point, that's, that's when it's over.
okay.
Is there a? oh,
Unless you want to
And
give,
do we have to
unless you want to give them
mention these
30
agreements?
days because of the way the licensing agreement.
Do we have to mention
Okay.
the original license of the December 2019 and amended?
Yes.
in January 2024.
We're just giving the
Well, that's
relief.
between, that's just to show.
The conditions that they have between them and the rest of them. The only condition that we're putting on is that this will continue exactly. Then, once out, they have 30 days notice when it will expire. In terms of utilization, it will expire when
Yes.
Yes, is there a
Said it
second?
much better than that.
Second. All right, all those in favor? Aye. Aye. All right,
Thank you. And again, I move all of the exhibits into record, which are exhibits A to B dash 22.
all right.
All right. The last application
Yeah, it's,
is with.
well, just to take us through really quick for the record, applications E 2024-06. This is for the subject property at 4005 West Chester Pike, seeking a variance relief from section 172-123A to allow for signage over what is allowable in the C1 district. The applicant also requests relief from many other sections of the zoning ordinance that may be realized during the zoning hearing process. Site premise is located in the C1 zoning district. Is the file in order?
All property owners within mailing of that notice, as well as the publication that is advertised in the paper.
Based on the recommendation of.
Thank you so much.
I asked that the application. Exhibits part this. Either the subject property provided notice, or the publication of. Three, if they're posting. Subject property.
I'm going to truncate this tremendously. Let's see. Mr. Tucci.
Do we want to get him sworn in?
I'm sorry, can you get sworn in?
Yes, I do. George Frank, last name Tucci, Tucci.
Does anyone hear a party protestant wish to make public comment? No? All right, go ahead. Check the box.
Mr. Tucci, who are you employed by?
Employed by RDS 15, specifically Ferrari Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Ferrari Philadelphia.
Ferrari Philadelphia, okay. And your position and responsibilities, please.
General manager.
Of this, you're general manager of the Ferrari dealership, which is going in at 4005 West Chester Pike?
Yes.
Okay, this was the site of the, and Exhibit A1 is the application for the sign variance, correct?
Yes.
Exhibit A2 is the tax map for showing the subject property of 405 West Chester Pike and others.
Yes.
And that is also zone C1.
Yes.
Okay, and and it's part of the affiliated parcels that are shown on A3, correct?
That's correct.
Now, I, and I show you the Exhibit B, which is a copy of the deed. Can you verify that that is a deed for such a property?
Yes, it is.
And that's Rockhill Real Estate,
LP.
no LP, no Roman numerals, because that was the first parcel that you guys, that Mr. Stanislaw ended up buying. All right, Exhibit C is a sheet signage plan, correct?
Yes.
And you're basically, and that basically represents the signage that's being requested by the Ferrari dealer.
That's correct.
And now the first sheet is basically a location of the type of the signage that's being sought.
Yes.
And the second sheet of Exhibit C are the specific signs and a summary. And a summary of the signs together with a sign dimension table that appears to the right, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Now, basically, you're looking for wall signage on the entire frontage of the Ferrari building, right? And the front facade is comprised of a continuous wall or that would appear looking head on from Route 3. And the length of it is about 121 feet and the height of it is about 24 feet, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And on that facade, you would like to put actually 4 things. One is a service sign that's to the left and shown on the second sheet, as well as identified on the on the first sheet of C.
Yes.
And then moving in a westerly direction, left to right, then you have another wall sign that says, and by the way, that wall sign that says service, that would be approximately 7.35 feet?
Yes, it's 7 feet long and about 1 foot high.
Okay, so the total area is about
3.5.
7.35 square feet. And the next one is the word Ferrari. That would be about 39.04 square feet. And then followed by the word Philadelphia, which would be 12.8 square feet, followed by the Cavallino logo.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And the total
Vince,
signage,
looking at Exhibit E,
Excuse me?
where is that Philadelphia sign going?
it's on the,
face of the building.
it's,
Look at C, not E.
look at C2.
It's on
sheet two.
C?
Yeah, C.
It goes,
All the R and the dimensions are in
Yeah.
second page, C.
goes,
Behind it is dimensions and what they look like.
yeah, it goes to the right of Ferrari. Could have been better highlighted, but, okay. So the total square footage that's being sought is 67.13 square feet on the front wall.
That's
right?
correct, yes.
Okay, now on the side wall, which you're, that on the eastern face, you're merely putting up the logo of the,
One Cavallino, which is 7.94 square feet.
okay. So on the front wall, there will be a total of 67.13 square feet plus on the side wall, eastern wall, will be just a cavallino, which is 7.94 square feet. So the total of both the front and the side wall would be approximately
75.07.
75.07. Now, the facade itself, the wall itself has got 2,904 square feet, right?
Yes.
So that the front signage would be about 2.3% of the, would cover about 2.3%.
Correct. That's the front sign.
Yes. And the cavallino on the side, it's just 7.9 square feet, so I'm not going to get into that. Now, did the prior Porsche facility have signage?
Yes.
And I turn your attention to Exhibit D, which is a photograph of the front and the eastern side of the building when Porsche was there. Okay.
Yes.
Now, what was the total square footage of the Porsche signage there?
It was 72.59 square feet.
Okay, so the frontage part is actually less than what Porsche had. But
Yes.
But if you count the other wall sign, which is the Cavallino on the eastern face, it goes like,
2.5 square feet more.
okay. Now, on top of that, there is a freestanding sign, which I don't know how you get it to be a freestanding, but it's really nothing but a totem, isn't it?
It is a totem.
So if you go to sheet 2 of the sign of Exhibit C.
C2.
Yeah, the totem is approximately 3.61 feet wide,
Yes.
and it goes up about 19 feet.
Correct.
And that has a total square footage of 71.94 square feet.
71.0.
04, I'm sorry, the French.
Yes. 04.
Yeah. And the only thing that has on it is a Cavallino at the top
That's correct.
and a white one. Is that
No, it's silver. It's like a,
silver?
it's like a stainless chrome.
Okay. And all this lighting is either side lit or backlit. Is that correct?
Every sign is either backlit or side lit, yes.
Okay. And the side lits is just LEDs within a slot on the side of the sign.
The totem has plexiglass sides, side lit, correct.
Now, I show you what has been marked as Exhibit E. Now, Exhibit E is the only signage that you could find. I take it this type of signage is mandated by Ferrari.
That's correct. It's standardized.
Okay. Where Exhibit E is a facility called Ferrari Paul, and it appears to have the totem to the left, the Ferrari, and the Paul, we have Philadelphia, and the Cavallino to the right.
Yes.
Is that essentially the type of signage that would be located here?
That is essentially the same type of signage.
Except that we don't see the service sign over on this one.
Correct. And it will say Philadelphia instead of Great Paul.
And where is this dealership anyway?
I believe it's in the UK.
You have to go all the way to the UK to get a photo? Is the signage about the same size as what we're proposing, or is it just smaller? Because this looks like a smaller, a much
I
smaller.
can't tell, but the signage is standardized by Ferrari across, it's global standards, so I assume that
These are approximately the same size, yes.
And that's the same appearance.
Correct. Same Aluca bond panels, same glass front.
Okay. Would, would this signage be illuminated all night or would it be turned off?
It would be backlit all night, yes.
Backlit all night? Okay. I have no further questions of this witness. I do. I would call, does the board have any questions? All right, Chris?
I have one sign. Total proposed.
Right. Yeah.
And the ordinance limits it.
50, yep.
I have a question related. Sorry. What is the total signage at the Porsche dealership?
Currently?
Yeah, do you know?
That's much bigger.
The new Porsche store or the old one?
The new one.
The new one. Just curious, like if it's comparable, you know.
No, I think that building has got larger signing because I remember coming in with it. It's a much, much larger building. I mean, the problem with signage is if it's not proportional to the structure, it gets visually weird. And that's what Chris is going to talk about. He finds signage and knows the dimensions of the dimensions and elevations and speeds of travel. And his testimony is going to be that this is really the minimum size signage that would be appropriate for this site, given the distances from travel lanes.
Get them up here.
And,
Including the pylon currently 4-story.
Thank you.
All no rating.
how many? Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah, again, with the size facade of almost 3,000 square feet of the front wall, that, that's less than 2%. There's the signage ratio is much higher than that. As far as there's no direct shining out, there is the side or backlit, so there's no glares that's directly directed to the street. But
Are there any signage experts here? Let's get them, let's get them going.
actually, it's good looking signage. But, Chris, you've looked at the speeds. I'm gonna keep this short. or else-
Sure.
You looked at the speeds of travel. What is the speed limit on that road?
55 miles per hour.
It can go faster.
You can go
especially-
faster, especially trying to beat the green light. You can go
Okay.
significantly faster.
All right, and you've determined you calculated the facade area, which is about 3,000 square, 2,904 square feet.
Yes.
And the elevate, is there an elevation difference between the road and the building up there?
There is. It's 12 feet.
And from the bottom of the proposed signage of Ferrari, let's take it, to the ground level, you know, is how?
It's approximately 16 feet.
16 feet, so 16 and 12, it's basically elevated 28 feet off the road.
Yes.
And given the setbacks, do you have setback from the north edge of the westbound lane?
Approximately 24 and a half feet.
And how about from the north edge of the left westbound lane?
North edge of
Setback.
the
Setback.
westbound left-hand lane is 65 feet.
Okay. And from the center line?
Center line, we have 85 feet. Step back quite a bit.
Okay, and north edge of the eastbound lane,
Uh,
nearest eastbound,
that would be 100 feet,
the far bound lane?
112.
Okay. Now, given all these elevations and measurements, you have an opinion as to whether or not this size signage is necessary to become effective for the traffic on?
I do it, for purposes of ease of visibility, safety, proportionality, readability. I do believe it's the correct size signage. You want to have people to peripherally be able to read it and not have to take their eyes off the road for too long when driving by, to direct appropriately into access points. So the correct size, giving the building facade size. It's modest sizing given those.
Or give you an option for smaller ones or larger ones? Or
My understanding is the signage packages are uniform across.
So you're kind of limited as to what you can put there.
Correct.
These signs are what Ferrari flags.
Correct.
Yeah, pretty much.
Basically.
But I think they try to design it based on the standard size dealerships as much as possible. And so it's within the analysis that Chris is trying to give. In any event, in your view, is the signage variance, if granted, would it pose any detrimental impact on the budding property owners, surrounding properties, or motorists on the road?
No, in fact, I think it's appropriate and it would be potentially detrimental to be smaller because if you have to look harder, look longer off the road to try to see a sign if you're trying to pull in somewhere at those speeds, that would be less safe.
Now, there's a Cadillac dealership right across the street, right?
Yes.
There a totem type sign over there that's almost 32 feet by
Yes.
about 4 or 5. I don't even know, you know what the wall signage is?
I don't.
Is it consistent with that type of sign?
Yes.
I have no further questions, and I move into evidence the exhibits A1 through C. Oh, no, I'm sorry, through E1 and E and E1.
All right, admitted.
Done.
Really?
I'm really done. I ain't as young as I used to be.
Yep,
You
I'll do
wanna-
this one. We just- I move we, do a variance on 172-12A. Allow for the design signage must be out of the right of way. Hardship is due to the requires them to.
He was restating the hardship, not a condition.
Needs to be outside, it needs to be outside the right of way of West Chester Pike.
Oh, yeah. But,
I just. Right,
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries. Good luck with the signage. And then what, you gotta have another application here, right, Vince?
We can go, we
Is
can
that it?
actually go three more.
Yeah.
No, you can go three more.
It was, he said it very low. It was mumbled to show that he was not really into it. No, he said aye. It was a really weak one.
You're done, buddy.
Thank you for your patience.